Hello everyone and welcome to the World Class Global Finals 2021. We have seen 2 days of best-in-class bartending, creative cocktails and sizzling serves. And now the competition is really hotting up as our bartenders go head-to-head in today's Don Julio Challenge Subterranean serves. It's going to be a tense Testing Tuesday, as tonight in our highlight show, we will narrow the field down to just 10 bartenders. Those tremendous 10, our top 10 bartenders, will be competing to be crowned a world-class global winner 2021. So I am Becca Dudley, I'm your MC, and I will be leading you through the mixing and the fixing, the making and the shaking, the slicing and the icing to make those enticing cocktails. And at this stage, it is worth reminding ourselves just how global this competition is. We've had bartenders from every continent on the planet except Antarctica, which is where we've stored the ice, by the way. Every day we serve up an awesome cocktail, a shot of the finest bartenders in action, add a splash of all the latest trends as showcased by industry leaders, and shake them up with a twist of cutting-edge innovations, shaping and defining future drinks experiences. And it's all served in a global, world-class competition. So do keep following us on Instagram. We are at World Class. The hashtag is WorldClass2021. And for all the latest pics, updates and news, you can also go to the website, which is diageobaracademy.com. So get on there, check out our finalists and our judges, and also our Taste of the Future platform, which gives some really wonderfully interactive insights into the cocktail culture of tomorrow. World Class is all about the craft of the bartenders and the excellence of their drinks. It is a community where everyone is dedicated to inspiring people to drink better, not more, and to create unforgettable experiences. Yesterday, we all loved the Kettle One Hive Collective Challenge. The Kettle One distillery has had a long and distinguished history of helping its local community. Fitting then that this challenge combined a community imperative with some fabulous cocktails.
Hello, yes, I'm Joella Noble, and welcome back to day 2 of the World Class Global Finals competition. Bartenders have been asked to create an inspired Kettle One vodka serve that impacts people, business, or community causes through a bartender-led initiative. For this part of the challenge, bartenders have been asked to create a 1-minute video and then join the judges live for a 5-minute Q&A on their concept. And joining me today are judges Claire Warner and Dino Moncrief.
What's your big vision for this project, Fu?
The big vision for this becoming is protect the bees. Because as you know, bees are the keystone species. In the nature, various animals depend on bees for their survival. Thank you, judges.
Thank you so much.
As soon as Sophia was old enough, she began working in popular local bars.
What's been the impact of the Balcony Club so far, Sophia?
This community initiative has been designed to create future impact. What I really wish it to become is something that really reignites the confidence in our industry and in people that have lost hope in the hospitality industry because of recent events, to start making quality, interesting drinks with botanical ingredients in their homes.
Hi, Mika, how are you? You okay?
Yeah, I'm good. There was a bit of traffic on M5, but I'm here with you now.
Well, listen, it's great to see you. We were desperately wanting to talk to you to find out more about your fantastic projects.
6 cities in Finland had bars who had taken over this cocktail and made it their own with local ugly fruits and made their own pickles, and they were even able to create a different cocktail a little bit if they wanted, with the Kettle One as the heart of the drink.
Next up, our globe-trotting continues as we head towards Germany with Marion Kraus.
Hey Claire, hey Dino.
Just tell us a little bit more detail about where the land is, who's managing it.
So we started this year with just 10 square meters on my terrace. And the idea was coming up to go with local farmers in Cologne and to build these nice fields out.
Dino, for the last time today.
I know, this isn't right. Can we do this again next year? Claire and I have
please.
already said that we need to come back and be with you next year.
I don't make the call, but I'm saying yes right now.
Yes, say yes, yeah.
I just love these projects that come from a sort of genuine place of passion, and to congratulate him on that.
Good times. And our judges were all suitably impressed.
It's been amazing, actually. The innovation from the competitors has been fantastic, and the extent to which some of them have lent into the concept and actually created these ideas that probably will have quite a lasting impact.
The way in which all the bartenders embraced that in so many different ways, really looking at community, looking at sustainability, looking at kind of forgotten areas as well. I was really, really inspired by the whole thing.
There was a lot of times when they were talking through their idea and we were asking questions, I was getting goosebumps because I was thinking, wow, which is, I guess, exactly what the challenge is about. Kettle One is such a premium vodka that it just makes a great base.
Kettle One's got wonderful texture, it's got a richness, it adds weight and adds finesse to a drink, so that's the reason that I think it's just the perfect mix.
There was one serve and they were all laughing at me behind the scenes because I said, and I'm not going to say which one it was, there was one serve and I said, it's so delicious I want to cry.
Yesterday was a great day, and I was not the only one who thought so. When the dust had settled, I caught up with world-class global cocktailian Lauren Moat to get her personal highlights.
It's been an amazing day 2 of World Class 2021, and we've just finished up the live stream with Kettle One Vodka's Hive Collective, featuring the personal and professional projects, passion projects from 50 bartenders around the world. Now, some of the ones you might have seen today, some special call-outs. Marian Kraus from Germany, he was part of the batch of bartenders that I was competing with in 2015 in South Africa, and it's great to see him back with a really cool project that celebrates repopulating wildflowers, looking at seasonal and local ingredients in Germany to make better drinks, all through the Butterfly Project. And, you know, if we go up to Denmark, there's some great community projects happening there. Over to Bulgaria with Sophia from Sofia, who's got this great project called the Balcony Club, sharing great ideas, cocktail classes, educating the community, and of course, sharing great cocktails in a neighborhood setting. Now, if we head over to, let's say, India, to Vietnam. Vietnam, they're doing something great with beautiful honey, so you want to check out Vu's video. It's about a very specialized, interesting forest honey. There's so many projects to see, and follow the hashtag WorldClass2021 to see them all and give the bartenders all that excitement and attention, because after all, they deserve it. They're changing the world.
Thank you, Lauren. Now, whilst our bartenders are frosting their glasses and flaming their zests, a sister event of ours is in full swing in Spain. It is the world-class cocktail festival in Madrid.
Soy David Ríos y vamos a elaborar mi cóctel preferido. Esto es World Class Cocktail Festival 2021 Madrid.
So coming up today, we have the Don Julio Challenge Subterranean Serves. So looking forward to this one. Subterranean means something that is beneath the surface or exists in secret. So I'm very curious to find out what our bartenders come up with. In today's highlight show, scheduled Tuesday 19:30 BST, as well as all the usual goodies, we have the announcement of our top 10 bartenders. The final 10 who have made it through will face Thursday's final challenge. Getting into this event in the first place, you've got to be one special bartender, but to get into the top 10, you are the best of the best. Tomorrow we have Wednesday's highlight show at 17:15 BST, where we'll be reflecting on the week gone by, enjoying a few surprises, and looking forward to a very big day on Thursday. Yep, Thursday at 20:15 is when we'll see the final challenge, the Singleton and Talisker Speed Round Challenge, a tale of two malts. On Thursday at 21:30 BST, it's our award show and the winner announcement, the end point in our journey where we find out the name of the world-class global winner 2021. Before then, today, as I said, it is all about tequila and the Don Julio Challenge Subterranean Serve. Don Julio himself opened his distillery in 1942, and he was armed with an unrelenting passion for excellence and produced the world's first luxury tequila. Here's a little bit more about Don Julio.
Un abrazo desde México. My name is Karina Sanchez, and I'm the Global Brand Ambassador for Tequila Don Julio. I am so excited and can't wait to see all of you in action, creating amazing cocktails with the world's first luxury tequila. It is incredible that you are taking the Subterranean Serve Challenge. And it brings up to my mind the devotion that Julio always had for his land, because it is from the land where the best creations come alive. Just the way we do at Don Julio, creating exceptional tequilas from selected agaves, I am pretty sure this world-class 2021 amazing tequila cocktails will come up from underground crops. I wish you all the best. Every one of you should be proud of being part of the most respected bartending competition. Gracias for all your hard work in getting to this point.
Since I saw the Don Julio Challenge Subterranean Serve on the agenda, I have been so fascinated. What is a subterranean serve, and how are our bartenders going to create it? So here is a little explainer.
In this challenge, bartenders were asked to use roots, tubers, and underground vegetables as a key component in their drink. They have developed a subterranean-inspired serve for two people using any variant of Don Julio containing at least one underground ingredient or root crop. The avatar will prepare and serve the drinks, and bartenders were permitted to use on-screen props to bring their serves to life. In this challenge, bartenders are presenting live to the judges in the studio, and judges score on taste and balance, as well as innovation and their experience. Excited to see the creativity in each bartender's unique approach on this one. I'm sure it will be really full of surprises.
As with our other challenges, we have some of the world's most respected and talented drinks experts to judge our Don Julio cocktails. You can find a full list of the judges on the website diageobaracademy.com, but allow me to intro the judges on this challenge. Sandra Lawrence, officially one of London's most influential people, editor and creator of the Tales of the Cocktail winning publication, The Cocktail Lovers, a champion of women in the drinks industry and curator of consumer events. Tristan Stevenson, award-winning bar operator, chef and writer, never sits still, best-selling author of the Curious Bartender series of drinks books, co-founder of London-based Fluid Movement and host of the Bar Chat podcast on Diageo Bar Academy. Well worth a watch. Hannah Sharman Cox, entrepreneurial mover and shaker, co-owner of the UK's largest cocktail party, London Cocktail Week, co-director of the brand building consultancy Hands London. Dave Broom, whiskey genius. See his website, thewhiskeymanual.uk. Author of many books and a master of the Quake, a rare and revered privilege. Described by the Irish Times as an agreeable man with a salt and pepper beard. Pritesh Modi, cocktail guru and founder of the World of Zing. He is a supplier of exciting moments of mixology and cocktail innovation to some of the UK's most respected hospitality operators. Siobhan Payne, eminent consultant, co-organises the UK's largest cocktail event, London Cocktail Week. Co-owns the consultancy Hands London, specialising in brand building across the UK. Dino Moncrief, multi-award-winning consultant, created the Cocktail of the Year 2020, well known for creating disruptive and groundbreaking serves like the world's first piece of drinkable cocktail art and his highly acclaimed award-winning cocktail Mirror Margarita. Rebecca Dooley loves marketing, social media, and cocktail menus. Former director of marketing at the Dead Rabbit and Blacktail, New York. Now back in London at the Umbrella Project team as brand development manager. So there we go, they are the judges, as ready and up for it as our bartenders. So good luck, one and all. Later today at 1300, look out for a panel discussion called The Future of Social Culture. This promises to be a fascinating discussion, looking at our drinking habits and desires in the coming decade, and it will be full of invaluable insights for the industry. As ever, follow us at World Class and hashtag WorldClass2021, and it's live streamed around the world on the World Class website. Right, now it is time for today's challenge. I will hand over to our wonderful challenge host, Joella.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we're going to hear you. How you doing?
Yeah, good. I'm excellent. I'm happy to be here. I'm excited. And I just want to begin with a really small sentiment. We are one, but we are many, and from all the lands on earth we come. Now, these poetic words make up the chorus of a very famous song here in Australia that to me symbolises the connectedness that we all share as a culture. However, Australia's culture extends beyond just the surface. Our native rootstock speaks of one of the oldest civilizations on the face of the planet, one that is often misrepresented and overlooked. Now, my name is Evan Strode, and I want to introduce you to Australia through my cocktail, the Dark Emu. My home country is known for its diverse landscape and beautiful surroundings, from its iconic beaches to its red deserts to its vast national parks and vibrant cities. It truly is a stimulating place to live and work, and I couldn't be more excited to introduce you to who I am and who we are on this global stage. However, the flavours of Australia are unique, and judges, there's a pretty big possibility today that you'll be trying ingredients that you've probably never tried before. We as Australians are beginning to rediscover our ancient history and shake off old colonial stories. We've been handed down this narrative that misinterpreted the Indigenous Australian population as just mere hunter-gatherers. Right now, we're beginning to learn anew about the rich cultural tapestry attached to that culture, as well as the traditional knowledge that's attached to our native produce. Bars are beginning to forge this new appreciation of uniquely Australian flavours. Now, if we're going to do that, if we're going to appreciate Indigenous tradition and ritual and philosophy, it has to begin with a profound obligation to land, a concept central to Don Julio Gonzalez. Don Julio didn't live on the land, he lived in it. Through careful stewardship, he treated each of his agaves as if they were his own children. He cut each one closer to the heart, to the piña, to draw out more sweetness. And indeed, that ripening of starch into sugar is what makes rootstock such a powerful ingredient. Underripe, it's starchy and it's dry and it's unfit for culinary purposes. However, you allow it to ripen, or you select the appropriate cooking techniques to metabolize that starch into sugar, and you open up a brand new subterranean world. Now, Don Julio knew that, and the First Nations people of Australia have always known that. Now, Don Julio Reposado carries with it richer notes due to spending part of its journey in oak casks. However, it also brings together this beautiful marriage of caramel and vanilla and vibrant citrus, and it has that kind of savoury, peppery edge that's quintessentially Don Julio. Now, this is going to provide the structural canvas for my cocktail to showcase those iconic earthy flavours of rootstock, but also remain vibrant, remain fun and effervescent. Now, moving on to those mysterious ingredients, judges, have you ever tried chocolate lily or yam daisy before? Chances are probably not, and you know what, that's okay. A lot of Australians probably haven't tried them either. The yam daisy, the truth be told, these ingredients have been cultivated and farmed for many thousands of years in a way that is sustainable and systemic and anything but a kind of hunter-gatherer mentality. The yam daisy, when cooked down, develops this incredible coconut-like sweetness. The chocolate lily tuber, again, when cooked down, develops this unctuous coffee, cacao-like flavour profile. Its flowers smell of beautiful dark chocolate. Now, traditionally, these ingredients were cooked underground in underground ovens over the course of 1 or 2 days until they transformed into this beautiful dark syrup. As a testament to that, as a kind of nod of the hat, I've done a similar thing. I've combined both the tubers and slow cooked them in the presence of a barley that's had a koji spore grown on it. So that koji has the capacity to metabolize starch into not just sugar, but a natural citric acid and this beautiful flight of aromatic esters. After an 8-hour cook time, we're left with this textural, sweet, sour, umami cordial laden with notes of coffee, coconut, and cacao. Now that is going to act as the base to a soda that is going to lengthen my cocktail and provide a little bit of dilution, but at the same time, add this kind of vibrancy that's going to cut right through the drink. On top of that, we have a coffee-infused Belshazzar vermouth, as well as a really bright Italian aperitif. Now, both of those are going to provide structure to the drink, but also provide this undercurrent of bitterness that is going to cut right through the core. Now, judges, this entire drink, as you'll be served, is batched and carbonated just for efficiency, and clarity, and to remain that. Efficiency and clarity, and to reserve that beautiful carbonation. It's garnished with the incredible aroma of the chocolate lily flower, just spritzed over the top. And with that, judges, I think we've got a cocktail that kind of does it all and remains uniquely Australian. I hope you've enjoyed your journey into what is both ancient and modern Australia as much as I've enjoyed presenting it. My cocktail is called...
That's it, I think.
Welcome to day 3 in the World Class Challenge studio. I'm Joella Noble and I'm your challenge host. Now, as you can see, the studio is all decked out for the Don Julio challenge. The cool blue lighting echoes the shades of the Don Julio signature tequila, Blanco. I mean, we just watched Evan making his cocktail, and he did lose reception at the end of that, but we did get to taste the cocktail, and I'm here now with Sandra to hear more about Evan's serve. Hello, Sandra.
Hello.
First off, how is the cocktail?
It's beautiful. Really, really good.
Tell me more about it.
Great coffee taste, and we're getting that lovely yam that he was talking about. So it's lovely and rooty, very earthy.
Yeah.
Really tasty cocktail.
So how well did he incorporate that underground ingredient?
Well, it was lovely listening to him talking about these ingredients, the indigenous ingredients. He gave a lot of really, really good chat.
Yeah.
Went a little bit over time, which is unfortunate, because I think that he was so passionate about what he was talking about. So it's easy for that to happen, but it's a really great drink, and I'm sure he's very proud of it.
Amazing. And do you think Evans played it safe, or do you think he really took it there?
Well, the ingredients that he used, I've never heard of before. So is that safe?
I don't think that's safe.
But then again, they are indigenous to Australia. So, but as he was saying, even some Australians may not have heard of them. So it's nice of him to do that, to try and incorporate some things that are his natural heritage and bring them into the drink.
Okay, so learning experience here
All
today at World
day,
Class.
every day.
Thank you so much, Sandra.
Thank you.
And now, while the judges write their scores, we're going to go on to Lauren Motes. Our next bartender from Japan is Shinya Koba. Over to global cocktailian Lauren Mote to hear more about Shinya.
Representing Japan, Shinya Koba. Shinya knew he wanted to become a bartender from the age of 19. Starting his career in the hometown of Kumamoto in the southern island of Kyushu, Shinya left his comfort zone in search of greater challenges. After further developing his skills at Rigoletto in Tokyo, he briefly returned to his hometown before embarking on a 5-year tenure at Speakeasy in Singapore. Thirsty to learn everything he could, Shinya did a stint at Machito Kaneko's Lamp Bar before opening Yakaboku in Kumamoto.
さんこんにちは。
Hi, Shinya. Hello.
日本代表の小葉慎也です。よろしくお願いします。
My name is Shinya Koba. I'm the Japan champion.
私が住む熊本は日本の南側にある九州アイランドの中心に位置し、
I come from Kumamoto, which is
その
on the
大地
Kyushu
の
Island
特徴
on
は
the southern part of
過
Japan.
去3度の阿蘇山の大噴火
It's a
によってで
fabulous
きた
place that has Mount Asao, which has erupted 3 times throughout history.
世界規模の大きさのカルデラや、また
It's
その
the
山
world's
々も周
largest
りの山
crater,
々の恩
volcanic
恵によ
crater,
ってもたらされる
and it's surrounded by mountains, and it creates a very fertile land.
豊富な地下水が豊かな大地です。
It's a great place to grow things.
今回はその地中で育ったビーツル
Today,
ート
I'm
と
using beets that have been grown in that area,
メキシコの大地から生まれたドンフリオブラン
and
コ
I'm
を使い
pairing
カク
that
テルを
with
制
Don
作します。
Julio, that's just fresh blue agave that was grown in the fertile
カ
lands
クテ
of
ル名
Mexico.
は熊本アンダー
The
グラウン
name
ドレ
of
ッ
the
ドジュエルです。
cocktail is Kumamoto Underground Red Jewel.
まずはベースに
First,
ビー
as
ツ
a
ルート
base,
の香りをつけ
I'm using
たドンフリオブランコ
Don
を使い
Julio
ます。
Blanco that's been infused with beetroot.
このビーツルートは奇跡の野菜と呼ばれるほど栄養価が豊富で、
Beetroot is known as a miracle vegetable because it has so many minerals and so many
この
nutrients.
チャレンジをするにあたり、
When I started doing this
ビーツルートのことを
challenge,
調べたら
I researched beetroots,
400年
and
以上
I
前から
realized
日本
that
の
even
中
though
に
it's
入ってき
ingredient
ま
I'm
し
not
た。
familiar with, it's been in Japan for over 400 years.
次にカシスリキュールを加えます。
Now I'm adding some cassis.
カシスリキュールを加えることにより、ビーツルートの香りやフ
The
ルーティ
cassis,
ーさを引
the
き出し
cassis works really well with the beetroot, bringing out some of the fruitiness and bringing together some of the earthy
次に
notes.
ミックスベリージュースを加えます。
Now I'm adding some mixed berry juice.
これはラズベリージュースとクランベリージュ
It's
ースを
fresh raspberry and cranberry juice that I've blended.
ブレンドして作りました。これを加えることにより、このカクテルにフレッシュベリーの酸味やフルーティーさを加え
This
ていきま
adds
す。
the freshness from the berries, and it also adds a tartness from the berries that works with the cocktail.
そして次にフレッシュレモンジュースを
Now I'm
加え、
adding
この
fresh
カクテル
lemon
に
juice.
酸味を加えていきます。
That adds some bitter notes.
そしてシンプルシロップを加え、甘みを加えていきます。
Now I'm adding some sweetness with some simple syrup.
少し甘みに仕上げることにより、ビーツルートの香りを引き出していきます。
I'm going to make this cocktail a little bit sweeter, and that helps to bring together the notes of the beetroots.
次に卵白を加え、この香
Now
り
I'm
を
adding
立
some
体
egg
的に
white,
仕上げていきます。
and that's going to give it a lot more dimension.
それではまずこちらをシェイクする前に、
Now, before I shake,
ドライシェイクして
I'm going to do a dry shake
卵白を混ぜ合わせていきます。
and really get the egg whites to mix well.
それではこちらをシェイクしていきます。
Now I'm going to shake them with ice.
卵白が入っているので、しっかりシェイクしていきます。
Because they have egg whites, we got to be careful and really do a good shake.
あ、もしカクテルが先に届いてたら飲んでください。
If you have the cocktail in front of you, please go ahead and start drinking while I'm making these.
こちらをダブルストレインしていきます。
Now I'm going to double strain.
もう一つの方もシェイクしていきま
I'm
す。
going to make the second one as well.
二つ一緒にシェイクしなかった理由は、
The reason I don't shake both of them together
卵白がこのカクテルにはすごい重要な要素なので、
is because the egg white is very
卵
important
白
to
の
this
ボリューム
cocktail.
を変えないように二つに分けてシェイクしています。
So I want to shake them separately so that I get the maximum effect from the egg whites to get the most volume.
こちらもダブルストレインしていき
Now I'm going to strain this one as well, double strain.
最後にガーニッシュにフラッシーラズベリーを添えて完成です。
Now for the finish, I'm going to add a fresh raspberry garnish. Now the coaster is to represent being underground, so I placed the cocktail on top of that. Actually, I sent a whole bunch of ingredients from Japan, and they still haven't made it there.
Oh.
The cocktail that I wanted to make had 4 different kinds of roots. I used 3 different kinds of Don Julio as well in infusions. They're stuck in customs now, and by the time they make it out of customs, they'll probably return to the soil. Thanks to the amazing staff locally, I'm able to give the 2 of you my new cocktail. Please enjoy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shinya. Well done. Kanpai.
Cheers, guys.
And I'm now with Tristan to hear a little bit more about Shinya's cocktail. Hey, Tristan.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
Good.
How is that cocktail doing?
It's really tasty. Shinya used beetroot as his kind of subterranean root ingredient and then paired it with cassis and some other kind of berry cordials. And I think that's a reasonably safe way to play it because he's using some of that sort of sweeter, the fruitier side of beetroot and combining it with berries. And then the vegetal side of the beetroot, of course, pairs really well with the Don Julio tequila.
Right, I see. How did the Don Julio tequila come out in this cocktail? Do you think it was kind of overpowered, or can you taste the flavors?
Difficult to overpower Don Julio. It's a powerful flavor.
Yeah.
So it's definitely there. And I think this is the great thing about this round, really, that we're encouraging bartenders to use these vegetal ingredients, which just plays well into the flavor palette of Don Julio. So it's definitely there.
Okay, and so how he used the beets, like, are you happy with how he used the underground ingredient?
Look at the color. It's great.
Yeah,
that's one of the good things about using beetroot, and then the natural sweetness and that vegetal characteristic. It's an underutilized ingredient in cocktails on the whole, I think, beets, and it's good for you.
It's healthy. That's one of your 5 a day right there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Thank you, Tristan.
All right.
Now, while the judges input their scores, here is a reminder of what our challenge entails for the bartenders.
In this challenge, bartenders were asked to use roots, tubers, and underground vegetables as a key component in their drink. They have developed a subterranean-inspired serve for 2 people using any variant of Don Julio containing at least 1 underground ingredient or root crop. The avatar will prepare and serve the drinks, and bartenders were permitted to use on-screen props to bring their serves to life. In this challenge, bartenders are presenting live to the judges in the studio, and judges score on taste and balance, as well as innovation and their experience. Excited to see the creativity in each bartender's unique approach on this one. I'm sure it will be really full of surprises.
And coming up next, we have Yo Jun Yang from South Korea. Yo Jun Yang, who is known as Jay, fell in love with bartending after watching videos of cocktail creation online. After years of watching clips of flair bartending, the theatrical acts caught his attention and inspired him to try for himself. Jay now entertains his guests with the same flamboyant flair, taking his customers on a journey of taste and experience and engaging in deeper conversations to offer up the most suitable serves and build a connection with those around him.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. My name is Jay. I'm Korean finalist. Nice to meet you all.
Nice to meet you.
먼저 이 칵테일 만들기 시작하기 전에 이 심사위원 두 분에게 한 가지 질문을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 혹시 앞에 보이는 이 두 가지 식물을 뿌리만 줄기만 보고 한번 맞춰볼 수 있으실까요?
Before we start, let me ask my two judges a question. Can you guess what these two plants are?
Celery.
I can't see it. Let me see.
Celery and I don't know.
Come
basil.
on, Tristan.
Basil
You
maybe.
guess.
I'm not sure.
이거는 한국을 대표하는 뿌리 식물인 요 인생, 진삼과 그리고 리프레시한 느낌을 더해준 당근입니다. 오늘 이렇게 리프레시한 느낌의 칵테일 아이템을 가지고 오늘 저만의 칵테일을 한번 만들어 보도록 하겠습니다.
The answer was world famous Korean root vegetable ginseng and carrots. I'm going to make my own signature cocktail using these two root vegetables, which will give you a very refreshing feeling.
네, 오늘 사용할 이 베이스는 이 도눌리오 블랑코입니다. 이 도눌리오 블랑코는 이 곤잘레스 도눌리오의 이름을 따서 만들어진 프리미엄 데킬라로서 1942년 봄이라는 뜻의 증류소가 설립되었고 100% 블루 아가베를 사용하여 부드러운 풍미가 매력적인 데킬라입니다.
The base beer that I'm going to use today is Don Julio Blanco. In 1942, Don Julio was first introduced to the world by its founder, Don Julio Gonzalez Estrada, and named after him. He established the distillery of Springtime, La Primavera, at the young age of 17. This premium tequila uses 100% blue agave only, creating its attractive, rich, and soft aroma.
네, 이 프리미엄 데킬라는 이 돈julio를 탄생시키는 이 프리미엄 데킬라는 첫 시작이 아가베를 수확하고 재배하는 히마도르라고 말할 수 있겠는데요.
This premium tequila begins its ground in the hands of Himador, who harvest and work on agave.
이 한국에는 이 리프레싱한 타임을 갖는 새참이라는 시간이 있습니다. 저 역시 저희 칵테일로 이 히마도르에게 많은 힘을 주고 싶습니다.
In Korea, farmers have break time called secham in the middle of their work, and I would like to offer such resting time to Himador as a form of my appreciation to their passion and effort with my drink.
네, 오늘 첫 번째 주인공 돈julio 블랑코를 45ml 넣어보도록 하겠습니다.
I pour 45ml of Don Julio Blanco, which is the start of today.
두 번째 재료는 이 칵테일의 풍미와 비터한 느낌을 더해줄 비터 리큐르입니다. 저희 칵테일의 전반적인 밸런스를 높여주도록 하겠습니다.
The second ingredient is bitter liqueur. It's to add bitter taste and balance my cocktail.
다음은 칵테일의 이 시트러스한 느낌과 이 전체적인 느낌의 상큼함을 더해주기 위해 프레쉬 라임 주스 15ml를 넣어보도록 하겠습니다.
And I'll add 50ml of fresh lime juice, which will make citrus balance to the drink and also refreshing feeling.
인삼 뿌리 향미를 더해줄 저희 다음은 이 리프레시하지만 뿌리 식물이지만 리프레시한 이 당근 프레쉬 주스를 30ml 담아 칵테일의 풍미와 밸런스를 맞춰보도록 하겠습니다.
I'm going to add 30ml of fresh carrot juice to add the refreshing and healthy flavor to the cocktail.
네, 감사합니다. 네, 이제 만든 칵테일의 밸런스를 한번 맞추기 위해 테이스팅 해보도록 하겠습니다.
In order to check the balance, I'm going to taste my cocktail.
Wow, it's very good. 이제 필링된 글라스에 얼음을 비워준 뒤 단단한 얼음과 함께 쉐이킹 해보도록 하겠습니다.
I'll empty my chilled glass and I'll add ice and shake.
대회 시작하면서 쉐이킹을 처음 보여드리는 거라서 떨리고 기쁩니다.
It is my first time to present my shaking to the world in this competition, so it's very exciting and very happy for me.
It's very good. Well done.
야, 단단한 얼음과 함께 걸러주기 위해 더블 스테인하여 담아보도록 하겠습니다.
I'll double strain the drink so that I can filter neatly and pour it into a glass.
소와의 색감을 보셔야 합니다. 네, 이 가니쉬로는 시트러스한 느낌을 더해줄 레몬 껍질과 이 풍부한 향미를 더해줄 프레쉬 파슬리를 이용하여 저희 칵테일의 풍미를 한층 더 업그레이드 시켜보도록 하겠습니다.
You need to see the smoothness and the color of my drink. As for a garnish, I'll put lemon peel and then fresh parsley to boost its pleasant aroma.
네, 이렇게 저희 칵테일이 모두 완성이 되었는데요. 저희 칵테일의 이름은 솜브라입니다. 그늘을 만들어주는 뜻을 가지고 있는데요.
So this is it. The name of my cocktail is sombra, which means shade in Spanish.
좋은 아가베를 재배하여 이 페퍼, 프레쉬하고 시트러스한 느낌의 데킬라를 만들어주셨으니 저 또한 그 데킬라로 세상의 칵테일들을 히마도르 그리고 지금 저의 심사위원이 두 분에게 선사해드리고 싶습니다.
As Don Julio and Himador have created the best cocktail tequila with pepperish, fresh, and citrusy flavor, I've done my best to strengthen that flavor and created what I think is the best cocktail. I wish my drinking can offer my two hard-working judges and Himador a refreshing and also relaxing feeling, just like shades do offer us on a hot day.
Cheers. Well done. Well done.
Yeah.
And I'm here with Sandra to find out a little bit more about Yojune's cocktail. This is looking beautiful.
Look at this colour.
It's so lovely.
It's like sunshine in a glass, isn't
it really is. Tell me a little bit more about it.
Well, apart from making me smile, it makes me really feel good, very happy. He said that he's made it for the humidors, so something refreshing and cooling. They'd probably get a bit boozed up with this just now, but it's a really delicious drink, and it really does showcase the agave. Nice. And we've got lovely carrot in there, so yeah, it's really nice. And I loved his style as well.
Yeah, well, that's what I was getting on to next, actually. You know, we heard earlier that he's got a passion for flair bartending, and I did see a nice shaking action there. Would you say that that was a memorable experience for you?
Yeah, I just think that he had there was a really nice demeanour about him.
Yeah.
He looked so happy to be there.
Yeah.
But also he's just sharing that, even though he had a translator, but you could still get a lot of communication from him.
Yeah.
So it was really nice to get his energy as well.
I
So
agree.
I really liked him. He had a little cheekiness, which was great.
Yeah, and I liked his woo when he was doing the shake. He was excited. It made me excited.
It's really lovely. It's a really nice, bright, refreshing drink.
Yeah, amazing. And how well do you feel that he incorporated the underground vegetables?
Yeah, really good. I mean, carrots, yes, it's one of the things that you might expect would come up, but I think it really does work well with the tequila. So, yeah,
amazing.
Well done.
Another healthy one, you know? 5 a day. 5 a day.
We're getting there.
Thank you so much, Sandra. And now, while we reset for our next bartender, let's see what's going on with the future of cocktails.
The single malt whiskey category is complex, so how do you make it more accessible to new audiences? We have created a flavour-based experience that will successfully navigate you through the whiskey market by revolutionising the way you discover our single malts. What's Your Whiskey utilises artificial intelligence and machine learning to perfectly match a single malt to each individual user. Our master blenders and R&D scientists worked in partnership with Flavorprint. 18 Diageo single malts were taste profiled and the results mapped into a 33-dimensional space featuring over 500 flavour data points. Simply answer 11 dynamic visual flavour-based questions to create your very own profile. The results showcase malt whiskey varieties whose taste profiles best match the user's personalised flavour print. What's Your Whiskey has far exceeded internal expectations and will soon be rolled out globally.
And now from the Philippines, we have Aldrin and Cheta, known to everyone as POC. Back to Lauren for a little bit more info about POC.
Representing the Philippines, Poch Aldrin. Aldrin is currently a bar manager in Sky BGC in the Philippines. He's a former service manager and principal bartender from the back room at the Shangri-La, the Curator Coffee and Cocktails Bar, and is also a very well-experienced and well-respected bartender in his home country. Having watched the movie Cocktail over 25 years ago, he credits it as his inspiration to pursue a career in the drinks industry.
Hi, good morning there. Welcome to our humble bar. I'm Poch Cheta, the bar manager and the representative of the Philippines for this year's Diageo World Class Finals, and I'm here to present my drink. So the root crop of choice that I have is sweet potato, and I'll be mixing that and using that as my main ingredient to highlight it together with Don Julio on this twist of mine with a Ramos Gin Fizz. So we'll be starting off with the star of the show, 45 mils of Don Julio Reposado. So I'll be highlighting the pepper notes, the cinnamon notes, the vanilla notes that I'm getting on this wonderful spirit. So since this would be a twist on a Ramos Gin Fizz, instead of the orange flower water, I decidedly use Italicus. We'll be having 10 mils. And this one, aside from highlighting the citrus of lemon and lime, it also has that similar or parallel profile with orange flower water. That's why I decided to use that to amplify it. After that, we'll be having 20 mils of agave syrup. We'll be having 10 mils each of lemon and lime. And then egg white. So the other ingredient, which is sweet potato, it's one of the crops that is, I would say, readily available in the Philippines. It's one of our alternatives aside from rice and corn. So I'll be highlighting that through a puree. So it has that creamy element. It also adds a decadent flavor that I love in combining with this. So we'll be having 6 bar spoons, or approximately 30 mils. So I only seasoned it with salt and a little bit of roasted paprika. After that, just need to dry shake this. So I was actually inspired and honored to do this simply because when I was starting it, Remus Gin was one of my drinks that inspired me to be improving my craft. So then I watched Tristan Stephenson in his YouTube channel, and then that's one thing I still remember that. That's why when I saw that Tristan will be one of my judges, I mean, it is like sort of a full circle for me. So hopefully you and Miss Sandra would like it. Okay,
yeah, we hope
so.
So
We just need to shake this. So for this one, a bit of a sturdy and hard shake. This one is for you, Pilipinas. Let's go. Don't fail me on this one now. So we just need to add a little bit of soda water before we add the mixture. And I was inspired to highlight this and make a twist on this drink simply because of the vision of Don Julio itself. The founder itself has this unmatched passion that, the start of Don Julio, he has loaned from someone, and he was granted to it simply because of the passion that he showed. Hence, without that, there wouldn't be Don Julio. There wouldn't be a Don Julio in front of us right now. So we just need to add a little bit of soda. And there you go. This is a drink that is inspired by our current situation right now. We want to have a voice in the global scene, in the cocktail global scene. And, this one, I'm speaking not only for myself, but also for the former champions and for all of the bartenders from the Philippines who's doing everything that they can to have, to establish what Filipino bartending is. And I hope you like it. This is my twist on that classic drink using Don Julio Reposado with that with highlighting taste of cinnamon, spice, and pepper. This is the Supremo Repo Fizz. Hope you like it. Cheers. Have fun.
Thank you. So are these actual sweet potatoes you've got growing there?
Yeah, the garnish is of fried sweet potato chips.
And is this sweet potato that you've got in front of you now?
Yeah, this is the earlier stage,
Yeah.
the fresh stage, and then...
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Looks great.
Does look
Thank you.
good, doesn't it? Look at the colour on that. That's a very
Wonderful.
striking colour. Lovely. Oh, wow.
And now a quick chat with Tristan. How's the drink, Tristan?
Pretty good. I mean, an amazing striking colour to it.
Yeah.
Which is obviously as a result of the sweet potato puree. And you really get the sweet potato come through. I mean, it's on the nose because of the garnish there, but even on the palate as well, you get that creamy, slightly vegetal characteristic to it.
Amazing.
And it's just an innovative twist on a classic cocktail, the Ramos.
Yeah.
But switching out gin for tequila and then switching out cream for sweet potato.
Yeah, 100%. So would you say in terms of how far he pushed the boat out, was it groundbreaking?
I mean,
he didn't play it safe, did he?
He's pinned it to a classic formula, so in that sense he played it safe. But then when you start switching out for tequila and sweet potato and the spicing that he put in there, he switched out the orange flower water as well. It's taking it quite far away from that classic formula.
Yeah.
But I mean, most of the drinks we're going to taste here today have their roots, if you excuse the pun, in classic cocktails as well. So, it's just that he decided to call it out.
Okay, and how well did he incorporate the Don Julio? How's the flavors coming out?
Good. I mean, he made the good decision to sort of identify some of the flavors that are inherent in Don Julio, the spice, the pepper, the vegetal notes, and talked about how his ingredients would amplify those. And that's the sort of thing you want to hear as a judge. You want that link to those flavors that are in the tequila.
For sure. And also, I mean, I can imagine as a bartender, it might be quite intimidating making a drink in front of yourself and Sandra. How do you think he dealt with that pressure?
He seemed cool as a cucumber.
Yeah.
That's not a root vegetable, I realised that. I should have picked a different one. Cool as a carrot.
There we go.
But they're not that cool.
I was going to say sweet potato, but that's not cool either. We're not good at this.
No, he handled it really well. He was fine.
Thank you so much,
Cool.
Tristan. Now, a quick reminder about our challenge from global cocktailian Lauren Moat.
In this challenge, bartenders were asked to use roots, tubers, and underground vegetables as a key component in their drink. They have developed a Subterranean-inspired serve for 2 people using any variant of Don Julio containing at least one underground ingredient or root crop. The avatar will prepare and serve the drinks, and bartenders were permitted to use on-screen props to bring their serves to life. In this challenge, bartenders are presenting live to the judges in the studio, and judges score on taste and balance, as well as innovation and their experience. Excited to see the creativity in each bartender's unique approach on this one. I'm sure it will be really full of surprises.
And now, representing Hong Kong and Macau, it's Art Faculin. Art first developed his love for beverages in his hometown of St. Petersburg, later becoming a master in mixology working across Russia and Asia. Beginning as a tea sommelier, he soon discovered his passion for mixing and matching flavors to create brand new and unique concoctions. He further improved his understanding of the history and evolution of cocktails by studying at the International Bartenders Association and working in bars throughout St. Petersburg and Moscow before winning the World Cocktail Championship in 2018. Knowing there is nowhere better to perfect mixology than in a bustling city filled with unique restaurants and lively bars, in 2019, Art jumped headfirst into life in Hong Kong. Starting as senior bartender in Daylily, he quickly progressed to assistant bar manager at Restaurant Rubia.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. Can you? It's so nice to see you. Can you hear
Lovely
me?
to, yes,
We can
we
hear
can.
you. It's even better to know that you can hear me. I'm just wondering how you feel now because you know there is a huge time gap between me and you. It's like 7 hours, so it's 7 p.m. here in Hong Kong. You're at the beginning of the day. So how do you feel?
Good.
Great.
I feel great. Ready to go.
Okay. So I'm really excited to meet you here, Sandri and Tristan. It's my pleasure to be here. My name is Art. And I would like, so since you're feeling great, I want to offer you something. I want to offer you tiny time travel. So we will cover the distance a bit more than 7 hours away. We will go back to 1994. Is it okay for you?
Only a baby.
Okay. Yeah, so, and to make you feel more comfortable and to recreate the atmosphere of this time, I would like to quote some very legendary characters from that era. Everything you see exists together in a delicate balance. As a king, you need to understand that balance and respect all the creatures, from crawling ant to a leaping antelope. But Dad, don't we eat antelope? Yes, Simba. Let me explain you. When we die, our bodies become the grass. The antelope eat the grass. And so we are all connected in the great circle of life. And I should say that the great circle of life and its idea can be found everywhere, starting from the fashion and arts, where the certain trends, like the same trends, with its spiral motion, will come up and down, will shine and fade through the time, to the fermentation and distillation craft. And let me take a closer look to the last one. So the soil, you can see it here, the real soil, will take care of its plants like agave or a yam, and it will give the minerals and make it grow. And in return, those will give all of them till the last drop to the juice. Later, the yeast will arrive and end up fermenting this juice to completely different and flavorsome drink. And after that, the human, a man with its knowledge and with its passion, will arrive and will distill this juice into a brilliant spirit. And he will be so impressed by this spirit that he will become keen on making it again. And then he will go back and start taking care of the soil. So this is a circle. And actually, this is what Don Julio Gonzalez did. He took care of the soil. He ensured that every agave plant have enough space and room to grow and strive. And this approach works for already 74 years. And since the moment when he founded the distillery in Jalisco. And paying tribute to Don Julio Gonzalez is not only about drinking a tequila, it's also about living consciously, like living a conscious life. We need to start taking care of the basic things, of the vital things that literally carry our feet and give us food, the soil. And, you know, nowadays, people are very angry at NASA. They're very angry at NASA because how come these guys spend so much money on space discoveries when the 80% of the global ocean is not explored? Like, come on, guys, take it easy. It's not the water world yet, and you're not the Kevin Costner. So maybe we just calm down a little bit and start taking care of something very close to us, the soil and the ground. And but we should not go too deep with this because, you know, I'm not talking about the concept of the hollow earth, though I don't mind if anybody someday will find out that the Kong is harvesting the blue agave at the backyard of his underground world. That would be quite nice. And just in some minute, you will be served with a drink that has the name Mira la Raíz, which means looking back to the roots. And this drink is based on Don Julio Tequila Don Julio Reposado. You can find it here. And purple yam and pomegranate shrub. This drink has a very distinct aroma. It has an unforgettable color and it has a silky texture with the Mediterranean soul. So I hope you enjoyed the journey to the Mediterranean world, and I hope you will enjoy the drink as well. Please greet Mira la Raíz. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well done.
Yeah, I think that just in some 10 seconds, then the drink will be... Oh, it's already served. Yeah, well, my glasses doesn't work.
We've got it, don't worry.
Yeah, we've had it. Thank you.
Yeah, I hope you really spend a nice time because it's about meeting each other, and it's so nice to see you.
And
you're not far, but there you are so close to me.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
A lovely presentation from Art. But hey, it doesn't matter what I think. What matters is what the judges think. Hey, Sandra.
It does matter what you think.
Does it? Yeah. You know what? I'll go with that.
You think so as well,
Yeah,
don't you?
yeah.
Actually, we've got another great coloured drink here, and
Yeah.
we've also got some charcoal powder around the side.
Nice.
So purple yam and pomegranate as well.
Okay.
So we're getting those colours coming through and deep, intense, rooty flavours coming through. This is great. You can really taste the Don Julio in here. Nice, elegant glassware. Bit of charcoal.
Yeah.
What's not to like?
Lovely. So do you feel like he pushed the boundaries or played it safe with this one?
Somewhere in the middle, I'd
Okay.
say. I mean, the ingredients are great. I wouldn't say it's necessarily pushing boundaries, but it's good. He's experimented in bringing the purple yam and mixing it with pomegranate.
Yeah.
Nice.
And what did you think about the actual presentation as well? Because I did hear that he quoted Lion King, one of my favourites.
The Circle of Life.
Yeah.
It really was good because he really did connect everything to the earth, and that's what we're supposed to be doing here. So it was really nice to get that synergy and actually bringing it all back to Don Julio, the earth, and what we're getting from it. So yeah, it was a nice presentation. Different because he didn't present the drink to us. He talked us through the process. So he had more time to concentrate on the message.
For sure.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sandra.
Thank
I'll speak to you in a bit. And now we're going over to Madrid to see some highlights of the 2013 World Class winner, David Rios, for some highlights from the World Class Cocktail Festival in Madrid.
Hola, soy David Ríos y estamos en el maravilloso bar Pictura del Hotel Mandarín Oriental Ritz, Madrid. Y vamos a elaborar mi cóctel preferido con Tanqueray 10. Esto es World Class Cocktail Festival 2021 Madrid. Sueña, disfruta y sonríe. Vamos a elaborar un cóctel con Tanqueray 10, sería un twist de un dry martini. Y en este caso vamos a poner 50 mililitros de Tanqueray 10. Vamos a jugar con su corazón cítrico, con su delicadeza, con esa complejidad que nos aporta Tanqueray 10. Lo vamos a combinar con un vermut o bien extra dry, seco, o con un vermut semidulce. Eso el cliente decide. Luego combinaremos con un toque final, con una manzanilla maravillosa, floral, seca, de Sanlúcar de Barrameda, ese toque español que lo vamos a incorporar a nuestro Perfect Tanqueray 10. Y un bitter, una gotita de un bitter de oliva, para que maride todo bien esto. Y esto lo acompañaremos con aceituna gordal, un twist de limón para darle ese aroma y acabaremos con un spray de limón verde que nos va a hacer que esa combinación perfecta de floralidad y corazón cítrico se refleje en nuestro cóctel con Tanqueray 10.
Next up, from Greece, it's Nicos Gina-Giros. Lauren, over to you.
Representing Greece, Nicos Gina-Giros. Nicos is a Greek native who grew up on the small island of Paxos, one of the Ionian Islands. Nicos has worked... grew up on the small island of Paxos, one of the Ionian Islands. Nicos has now worked in the bartending industry for 9 years after studying computer science and engineering at the University of Ionia. Passionate about individual ingredients and the planet, Nicos now lives a sustainable life and wishes to impart his knowledge and sustainable living to the wider community.
Hello, dear judges, Sandra and Tristan.
Hello.
Hey, Nicos, you right?
Welcome to my digital Don Julio bar. My name is Nicos Gina-Giros, originally coming from the remote island of Paxos in northern Greece, and now broadcasting from Athens. I'm very happy to meet you even virtually and to represent Greece in this amazing global competition. How is your day so far?
Good, thank you.
Brilliant. How's yours?
Yeah, fine. Is my avatar bartender taking care of you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah? I hope you have some chilled water to sip.
We got that.
The cocktail I prepared for you today is based on the zero waste approach I am developing the last few years through my recipes, and also pays tribute to Don Julio's Tequila commitment to sustainable agricultural practices. Don Julio Agave Farm in Mexico is the first agave plantation that received the highest score of 100% gold using the farm sustainability assessment that requires environment, fair business practices, and human rights. My underground ingredient in my cocktail will be beetroots. I have chosen mine from a Greek farm in northern Greece that follows exactly the same practices as Don Julio's farm in Mexico, using resources efficiently and minimizing the environmental impact. For my cocktail, I need 2 chilled mixing glasses, and I am pouring 40 milliliters for each drink of Don Julio Blanco due to its citrusy and earthy character. In order to enhance its lingering pepper notes, I have created a beetroot vermouth. I am using 3 different varieties of beetroots cooked with 3 different ways. Juice of rainbow beetroot, cooked with baked red beetroots in the oven, mace, bourbon pepper, cacao nibs, and pickled yellow beetroots for balance. After, I am blending it with Belshazzar red vermouth for fruit notes, Oloroso sherry for some wood notes, cacao liqueur, and a few dashes of Cynar for bitterness. We need 35 milliliters of our vermouth. Thanks, dear avatar bartender, for blending it for me. Finally, I am adding up 5 milliliters of Lagavulin, still 16 years old, for a gentle, smoky finish. I am adding up ice. And I will stir my cocktail. Perfect. We need 2 chilled Nicanora glass. And I will strain my cocktail. I will strongly believe that us bartenders should have long-standing positive relationships with farmers on whose raw material we rely and always be promoting sustainable practices across our supply chain. My garnish is created from the leftovers of my vermouth, the baked red beetroots, and the leftovers from the juicer, the rainbow beetroot, blended with sugar and dehydrated in a sweet vegetable leather. On the top, you will find 3 drops of pickled yellow beetroot gel. My cocktail is a kind of a 3-sip cocktail. So please, have the first sip and take the first and sour bite. Please enjoy responsibly my bitter drink that exposes the underground treasures and also remind us to safeguard future crops capacity and ecosystems. Cheers, or better, yamas.
Yamas.
Yamas. Good.
Cheers from Greece.
Right.
You've got sherry and creme de cacao in the vermouth, correct? So what's the thought process behind that?
I add cacao nibs for some sour notes and to bring more flavors out. And after, on the taste, and after I add some cacao liqueur for have better aromas in my vermouth.
Okay.
I love the combination of the beetroot and the cacao.
Yeah.
It's lovely.
Nice. Chocolate and beetroot, it's a good
Thank you very
combination.
much.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks very much, Nicos.
Thank you very much.
Well done.
Have a good day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Dio.
And now I'm going to hear what Tristan thinks. Hello again.
Hello.
So this is another beetroot cocktail. How well did he incorporate that ingredient?
I'd say very well. We are seeing a lot of beetroot. That
Yeah.
was to some extent expected. I think with Nicos, one of the things that I really liked that he did well was he thought about where he was sourcing the beetroot from. So it's Greek, it's from a farm that uses sustainable practices. He's using more than one type of beetroot. He's preparing them in different ways, then combining them together. So there's a lot of thought gone into exactly how he's going to extract that flavor of beetroot and how it's going to mix with the tequila in the drink.
Fair enough. And I mean, like we said, we've seen beetroot already before today.
Yeah.
But does that mean that he hasn't pushed the boundaries, or?
I don't think so. I mean, we're judging each drink, objectively based on the drink itself. And I think if the beetroot is, it's sympathetically used and it's well incorporated into the drink, then it's fair enough. And it's an ingredient that goes really well with Don Julio tequila, so I don't blame competitors for using it. And I think this is just a well-executed version. It's more of a martini-style drink because he's made his own vermouth with the beetroot. So it's actually quite different to some of the other cocktails we've tasted, which have been more on the sort of sour margarita style.
Yeah. And how's it taste to you? Are you enjoying it?
Let me just check again, 1 second. Yeah, I'm enjoying it. He's used sherry in there, he's used creme de cacao, he's got the Don Julio, he's got the beetroot, and so what you're left with is this quite spirity, vegetal, chocolatey, rich cocktail.
Wow.
This is a good one.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Tristan. And while we wait in anticipation for our next amazing bartender, let's get a quick insight into what this Subterranean Serve Challenge entails.
In this challenge, bartenders were asked to use roots, tubers, and underground vegetables as a key component in their drink. They have developed a Subterranean-inspired serve for 2 people using any variant of Don Julio containing at least 1 underground ingredient or root crop. The avatar will prepare and serve the drinks, and bartenders were permitted to use on-screen props to bring their serves to life. In this challenge, bartenders are presenting live to the judges in the studio, and judges score on taste and balance, as well as innovation and their experience. Excited to see the creativity in each bartender's unique approach on this one. I'm sure it will be really full of surprises.
And next up, we have Great Britain's Mark McClintock. Mark is an Irish native who found his way to London in pursuit of a degree in music and composition at King's College. It was in the city that he entered the world of craft cocktails, quickly finding himself on the opening team of the world-renowned Chateau Mate in Soho. Since then, he's worked at such critically acclaimed venues as Call Me Mr. Lucky and Peg and Patriot before turning his hand to consultancy and drink styling for such publications as Henry Jeffries' The Home Bar and Tom Bullock's The Mezcal Experience. Having already won Hatcher Bar's inaugural Britain's Best Tequila Cocktail competition in 2019, in 2021 he was crowned World Class GP Bartender of the Year.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Tristan. Good afternoon, Sandra. How
Hello.
are you guys doing?
Really good. What about you?
I'm not too bad. Thank you very much. Have you guys been having a wonderful day so far?
Yes, thank you.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Well, I'll hop straight to it. I can see that counter going down. So, family. Family is incredibly important to Don Julio. In fact, he created this fabulous tequila with them in mind. Born from a select cask chosen by Don Julio Gonzalez himself to celebrate with his friends and family his wedding anniversary. So delicious was the liquid that his sons persuaded him to launch the tequila of his namesake. And I love this story. It's one of my absolute favorites. But there's one burning question that always keeps coming back to me when I hear it, which is, what does any of that have to do with a parsnip? Well, a parsnip is, it's intrinsically linked to two incredibly important moments in British culture, two incredibly important rituals, if you will. The classic Sunday roast, and also my favorite time of year, Christmas, which is 5 months, 1 week, and 6 days away for anyone who was wondering. And both of these time periods, they're centered around food and drink, yes, but the most important element, of course, is the time that we spend with our loved ones, our friends and our family, time that I'm sure we've all come to cherish all the more so, given events of the past 18 months. In January 2020, I was incredibly unfortunate to go and spend some time in Mexico with some really close friends, and I loved everything about the place when I was there. I loved, the culture, the people, and of course the agave. I was fortunate to experience some of the best hospitality on the planet and learn about their traditions surrounding food, drink, and family. And one that has really stuck with me today and serves as a real inspiration for the serve that I'm making you guys today is the Café de Ollo, or coffee of the pot, named after the large clay pot that it's brewed in to ensure that there's enough to go around for everyone. So this Café de Ollo is made with a piloncillo, which is like a condensed brown, earthy, woody sugar, super delicious. Fresh fruit like orange, spices like cinnamon and nutmeg, as well as, of course, the coffee, essential. I don't know if you've ever tried this, but when I first tried it, it was almost like a coffee reduction. So bittersweet, but intensely fresh and spiced at the same time. Delicious. So I've chosen today the strawberry to represent my fruit element of my Café de Ollo. Not only that, but also to represent the best of British produce. Straight from Boddington's farm, the Scottish Symphony strawberries via Cornwall, juxtaposing so well with that woody earthiness provided by the hollow crown parsnip, one of those ancient breeds. The parsnip also, of course, our hero ingredient, delivering that kind of spiced, peppery sweetness to my serve. I've decided then to season my ingredient as well with Szechuan pepper to add a citrus note, and white pepper and nutmeg to draw out the raw flavour of that parsnip. And then, of course, I can't forget tying my whole cocktail, my whole creation, my whole serve together. I've chosen Don Julio Blanco. I've chosen Don Julio Blanco because at the end of the day, it is at the heart and soul of every expression of Don Julio going. It is, the true representation of those raw agave plants, those plants that Don Julio Gonzalez loved so much that he was said to treat them like members of his own family. He was said to be seen, down in the agave fields, with a pair of scissors on his hands and knees, trimming the weeds away from around the base of the plant. And so my strawberry and my Szechuan pepper, they combine so neatly to sing to that unmistakable citrus note in the Don Julio Blanco. The parsnip then works so well in combination with that raw agave flavour, whilst also providing an incredible texture, and the texture was so important. For a parsnip, I actually chose to rewash my cordial once I clarified it back through a parsnip butter that I obtained from the first clarification of my parsnip juice. But I think that is enough talking for me, and I think it's about time we got down to making you guys some drinks. So going into my serve, we've got equal measures of Don Julio, and of course, my strawberry, Szechuan, and parsnip cordial. I'm going to be putting 35 mils each per serve in here. After I place this in, what I'm going to do is stir it down, but I've actually had to consider double dilution for this serve. So after it's been stirred down, what I'm going to do is pass it through some crushed ice in a V60 coffee filter lined with a thin layer of coffee. So that is to obtain the aroma of coffee, certainly, but also to really speak to that ritual of the Café de Ollo, that traditional family serve. So another ritual that I learned about when I was in Mexico and absolutely loved as well was the sombra mesa. The sombra mesa is a period of time after a large meal where family and friends would gather to share stories, cigars, of course, some tequila. But again, the most important element of this was, being there. in the moment with your friends and family, talking and just spending time together. And I know that this was incredibly important to Don Julio himself as well. So important so that it actually influenced the design of the now iconic Don Julio bottle. Low to the table so it doesn't catch eye, it doesn't interrupt conversation. And it also helped to influence my choice of glassware. I've chosen for you today, which is simple rocks glass. Also low to the table, and then surrounded by a blush liquid, reminiscent almost of a sunset on Totonoko. And then finally, garnished with a really simple, delicious, raw spiral of parsnip, our hero ingredient. And there you have it, my Subterranean and strawberry Sombra Mesa sipper.
Well done. Right on time.
Bang on time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
Nice one.
And now I'm here with Sandra to see what she thinks. Hello again, Sandra.
This one's very intriguing.
Yeah.
Because it's not like the others that have got that great bold flavour. It's very light, delicate, beautiful serve.
Yeah.
Lovely strips of the parsnip on. And also really interesting combination of ingredients. So you've got strawberries, you've got parsnips, you've got Szechuan pepper, coffee. And it's all so beautifully balanced and really rounded and elegant, actually. It's really, really lovely.
Nice. And so would you say that Mark pushed the boundaries or played it safe on this one with that parsnip?
Well, push the boundaries in a way. It's an everyday ingredient, but using it in a way that you wouldn't think of using it, and also combining it with ingredients that you wouldn't necessarily think of. So I really like that. I love the look of it as well. It's something that's very intriguing. You want to dive in and taste it and see what's going on in the glass. It's lovely.
And I guess it's safe to say that you're enjoying the taste of it as well.
I am enjoying it, yes.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And that is the end of our first session on the Don Julio Subterranean Serve Challenge. We pick up again in just over an hour's time at 2 p.m. BST, but don't go away, all right? We'll be airing some fascinating content in the next hour, and that content begins with a very interesting and worthwhile discussion, the future of social culture. This will be a panel discussion examining our future drinking habits and desires. It's lunchtime here in the UK, and this discussion will provide much food for thought. I'm sure I'm already getting hungry. Enjoy. And as I said, we'll be back with more challenges at 2 p.m. BST.
Hello and welcome. The events of the last 18 months have been transformational in so many aspects of life and culture. The drinks industry has seen one of the largest cultural, technological and behavioural shifts ever. In an era of constantly changing landscapes, some will follow and others will lead, but only a few can really predict what's next. As 50 of the world's best bartenders battle it out to be crowned the world's best bartender, it's my pleasure to bring together some of the biggest movers and shakers of the industry in an interactive discussion hinged on the question of what we can expect. Welcome to the future of social culture. First, let me introduce myself. I'm Tim Phillips Johansson, bar owner, bartender, and Johnny Walker Global Brand Ambassador. I'm originally from Melbourne, and I'm the founder of 4-time Australian Cocktail Bar of the Year Bulletin Place, as well as restaurant Dead Ringer. I've got over 20 years experience behind the bar too in a former life, and I was once crowned world-class champion myself a long time ago, back in 2012 in Rio de Janeiro. We've got 3 very influential voices in the space we're discussing here today. The first one I'm going to introduce you is Mr. Lion himself. It's Ryan Chaithiwardena. He's a drinks pioneer, sustainability advocate, and he's also another Johnny Walker global partner. Next up, we've got Anna Sudbury, who's the leader of the FMCG vertical at Pinterest, described as the world's inspiration company, and also our very own Benny Lickfett, who's Diageo's head of digital innovation. Welcome to you all, guys.
Thanks, Tim.
Great to be here. Thanks for having us.
Okay, so look, without further ado, let's kick things off. Look, there's been a fair bit of procrastination and dreaming going on around the world whilst we've been cooped up. This first question's for you, Ryan. Look, I feel like it's fair to say that it's largely been the year of indoors, and that's probably made consumers reconsider what actually matters most to them. You know, Ryan, is that something you've noticed based on your experience in establishments or around the world?
100%. I think it's something I've seen, obviously talking to peers, talking to fellow bar owners, but also personally. I think there's a lot of things that we've all noticed and reflected on, and it's made us kind of reassess a lot of changes to do with the way that we gather, the way that we socialize, and it's really starting to become super apparent as we see people return to kind of bars and hospitality. I think the idea of human connection has become so important. The idea of face-to-face, being around somebody. I think, we all missed like some of those real tangible things, giving people a hug, even handshakes, all of that stuff. It became really apparent we were missing that just kind of connection. And I think it's great to see that that's kind of really rebounding. So it's a real sign of positivity. But I also think that, people have been craving something new. Everybody's been stuck at home. They've learned a new skill. They've made banana bread and sourdough. And some people have been super ambitious in terms of what they've been taking on. But, it's dragged on for a while. And I think through that, firstly, it's expanded a bit of your comfort zone. I think it's amazing how much education has risen. People have learned new skills. They're kind of trying to explore new horizons, but they're just craving new experiences. It's something that I keep seeing, I keep hearing about. It's, whether it's through, various digital platforms or people coming into the venues, they're seeking something new. And that's really exciting. I think it's helped people reassess what's important. And then I suppose the upshot of that is it's fast forwarded and kind of fast tracked a lot of those other concerns that were part of the landscape before, particularly sustainability. I think it's amazing to see how much, I don't know if it's kind of sitting in your house and you're getting deliveries and you're like, where does all this packaging come from? Or it's just simply going, well, we've been made aware of our food chains. We've been made aware of, the plight of a lot of people. And so, everything from human to material sustainability has become, very commonplace. It's for the every person. It's not just, the people who are involved in food or hospitality or adjacent industries that were kind of part of the sustainability movement. It's amazing to see how everybody's recognized how universal a topic it is. So it's been a super tough time, but actually I kind of feel pretty optimistic about it all.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as well, I mean, pre sort of, this global pandemic, we were certainly seeing the rise of sort of at-home entertainment, in Australia and probably mimicked over Europe as well, was the kind of the rise of Netflix and Uber Eats culture, which meant that people were actually dropping off going out as much as they used to. So obviously you couple that with then piggybacking onto a pandemic and lockdowns means that when things start to open it up, obviously the world start to blossom as well. And, you start to really chase those experiences. I think you're spot on. And is this kind of shift in consumer behavior something that you're seeing replicated across, Pinterest platforms as well?
It certainly is, and thank you for mentioning kind of the crystal ball. Working at Pinterest is like having a crystal ball, because by the search trends and the people things are looking for on the platform, we know what people are planning for. And this summer, exactly as you said, people are hoping to recapture some of the magic that actually perhaps we missed out on last summer. And that can be spending time with friends, and I don't mean on a Zoom quiz, taking a trip perhaps for a summer vacation, and holidays with family. And again, exactly as you've said, they've spent some of the last last year redefining old traditions and creating new ones. I mean, I've never made so much banana bread. I didn't get on to sourdough, but banana bread was really strong. And some of the themes we're seeing trending this year are a lust to be outside, so outdoor everything, barbecues, garden parties, and also thinking about celebrations renewed. So the weddings that got sadly postponed, sports are back on, you know, we're deep into the Euros, it's Wimbledon shortly. And finally, and I think this touches again on something you mentioned, kind of home reinvented. We are all spending much more time at home. Welcome to my spare room. And so people need to adapt their homes accordingly to kind of avoid that living at the office feeling. Now, for all of these things, food and drink play a huge role in the trends because people are so excited to reunite with loved ones this summer. People are ready to host, people are ready to plan parties and really make up for lost time. Just to put some specifics in it, we've seen a 3 times increase in home festival party ideas. I mean, that sounds cool. We've seen a 55% increase in garden barbecue ideas. And when you think of the food and drink opportunities that sit alongside that, we're all going to be eating really well this summer. And then my favourite, and of course great for you guys in the industry you work in, is a massive increase in cocktail party ideas and how when you can bring people together, you can make it a really special and unique experience.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds amazing. And it obviously means that everyone in trade has had to up their game because everyone at home has gotten so good at making cocktails. Look, I'm gonna cross over to Benny, who's actually I'm gonna consider him one of my Swedish brethren as well, considering I married one. So Shinya, Benny, my question to you, my friend, is that you and the Futures team have obviously been working with teams like Pinterest and other progressive partners, to really, I guess, interrogate the sights and the sounds and the formulae, this alchemy and the algorithms that you believe will actually shape the future of drinks experiences worldwide. I mean, like, how do partnerships like this sort of come about and really what's in it for Diageo? Can you give us some examples of what you've been working on when you speak to consumers of today or consumers of the future?
Yeah, of course, Shinya, Tim, thank you. No, we already just listening to Anna and Ryan, right? You see the passion in our industry, and we see a lot of the magic and innovation happens at the intersection of drinks and food and hospitality and tech and media. So we as Diageo are really keen to collaborate with these different partners like Pinterest to really understand their insights, understand different perspectives, understand how consumer behavior is shifting, and then really focus on experimenting, right? Getting things into market to really be ahead of the curve and really be a pioneer in this space. And for us, that normally starts with a challenge, with a consumer pain point or issue and shifting behavior that we want to address. And increasingly, digital or technology plays a really big role in that. So, to give you an example, something like the whiskey category, we know is still a category that for people who are new to it, is quite difficult to navigate, difficult to access, right? Not everyone knows what it means if something is from the Highlands or peaty. So we, for example, partnered with a leading flavor technology company and looked at how can we break that down for people. And what we created was an experience called What's Your Whiskey, which is a digital experience. So you can access it on your web browser. And what it allowed us to do is ask any consumer 11 questions about everyday food preferences, like, do you like bananas? Do you like vanilla ice cream? Do you like orange juice? And based on these answers, we could create a personal flavor profile and match that with one of our whiskeys in our 50+ strong whiskey portfolio. So it's a really accessible way that people when they're looking for a whiskey on e-commerce, they can do that if they're in a bar and they can scan a menu and explore that, or in front of a shelf in a retailer that sells spirits, to help them navigate through that. So we're looking for these type of solutions that really add consumer benefits, that are not just a gimmick, but that really help us to get closer to consumers. And maybe one other example that we're now launching at World Class, which is very early stage, it's a beta, but we partnered with Verizon, the telco company, and we're looking at the challenge of a lot of people not having the confidence to create mixed drinks at home, right? And yes, there are various different ways how you can do that, looking on Pinterest boards, on recipes, looking at videos on YouTube. But we thought, how could technology enable that in an even more intuitive way? So we're launching an AR mixology tool. So using augmented reality, again, it's web app based. You don't need to download anything. And what it does is you can scan your glass and it will show you when you put in how much liquid, when you add the ice to it, when you might add a bit of rosemary, and make it a really engaging consumer-focused experience. Now, something like that, the technology is getting better and better. It's still work in progress, but we want to be ahead of the curve to experiment, get the feedback from consumers, work with different partners to really get that right. And then we see that that could be something that helps us train bar staff, that really helps us, enable consumers when we scan a bottle and just see how do I make some great cocktails, open up the category and help them to really experiment.
Yeah, absolutely. It sounds like it makes cocktails a lot more sort of democratic and approachable, obviously for consumers and for bartenders as well. I mean, any bartender that has 10 of their friends over at a dinner party would love to have some sort of AR which would just recommend a drink to their friends rather than all of their friends hassling you for the ideas. So I'd certainly appreciate that, and we get one over to my house as soon as we can would be great.
Working up.
But in terms of trade itself, I mean, what tech innovations are we seeing that can really start to infiltrate on trade specifically? What might be coming next in that sort of realm?
Yeah, and as you said originally, Tim, sort of over the last 18 months, it obviously has been incredibly disruptive for the industry, right? But like a lot of industries, one of the responses was digitization, right? A lot of bars have started using table booking tools, have started using digital menus, staff management systems, have focused a lot more on how do I show up in Google Business, making sure I have the right opening times, these kind of things, introducing concepts like click and collect, or even barkeepers doing online master classes. So there has been a lot of innovation in the trade, and a lot of that is the foundation, we think, for things like increased personalization. If you think about digital menus and how they might in the future actually allow you to personalize drinks in different ways, so give you really personalized recommendations, right? Or if you think about pre-booking tables, how that might fit with an occasion or creating more unique experiences. And we talked, and you guys mentioned it earlier, I think, well, consumers are craving to be back in the trade, but also they've spent the last year investing in their home setup, home entertainment, everything from the big projector or flat screen when they're watching sports to their sort of cocktail kits at home. So we see that trade outlets are even more focusing on really, really unique experiences, and that might be anything from master classes to putting on different type of experience that merge digital and physical, and being a lot more explorative in the way they do that. And another great example of that is a partner that we're featuring at World Class, Israeli company called Ripples, who created the Ripple Maker that can print on your drinks, right, on your drink tops, so turning your drink into a canvas, right? But it's a really interesting from a flavor perspective, and how you turn that into something interactive and a different element of surprise that might connect people that you're not going to be able to get in a home environment. So we think, equally like Ryan said, there's a lot of positive creativity in sort of reframing some of these experiences and making sure that the trade creates unique experiences. And from the sustainability point of view, or the trade really being so key to a community, to a local community, I think we're seeing a lot more where consumers have a bigger appreciation for that, and trade owners a bigger realization of how key they are to the fabric of a community and the role they play in connecting people.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that bars have nothing to fear, unlike sort of the way we kind of see cinemas in that home entertainment world starting to fade out. I think when what we've realized over the last couple of years is, how amazing these experiences in venues are, that level of service that we can't obviously get at home, how it transports you into a different universe when you walk into these amazing venues worldwide. Now, all of these experiences combined means that, generally speaking, the in-bar experience is always going to be a step ahead from as good as we can get with consumers at home. I'm going to come back to Ryan, and just sort of speaking about trade still. I guess tools to help educate and personalize the drinks experience are a great way of making cocktails, and obviously things like whiskey very accessible. Largely that is it is a category that is sometimes misunderstood, sometimes maligned, sometimes intimidating. Now, you mentioned earlier that the future of drinks culture will have a heightened focus on sustainability. And I know that's something obviously you've spent a lot of, your latest sort of working life investing in. And I guess people will be keen to ensure their experiences will have some sort of positive impact in the sustainability world. Now, how are bars of today responding to that?
I mean, it's been a massive change across the globe. You're seeing every style of venue adopt some of these practices, and that's because it is really universal. But I think it touches on kind of everything that we've talked about. All of those different threads. There's a kind of parallel to it in the sustainability world. And I think the key that you kind of touched on introducing this topic is the idea of education. That's a major one, and it allows people to really adapt to their local problems. I think one of the things that we've found working on this topic, trying to put forward practical kind of guides and kind of things that people can use around the world is the fact that it's very different in different places. Yes, there's some universal aspects that we all need to kind of bandy together and try and address, but some of this is hyper specific. So I think one of the things with that education is trying to find ways to scale it. How do we bring this to a wider group of people as possible? How do we find things that people can adopt? And one of the things that we've long talked about from the beginning of exploring this topic was every little helps. It's amazing just to get started. So this was one of the reasons I was so excited to work with Johnny Walker on the Johnny Walker Next Steps initiative, was trying to find ways which we could give practical things to the trade. How do we help them adopt some of this processes? How do we make sure that it fits their business? Because not every part of the trade is the same. That's the beauty of it. We talked about going back to bars and how amazing it is for a variety of different experiences. And that means that there's different problems that they need to be able to address. So being able to use this as a way of scaling up, giving people different things that they can practically include, has been really exciting. And it covers everything, as I said before, from there's this return to localism, this care for a different pace, a provenance, and education on, they're coming in equipped with a lot more knowledge about what they like to drink, what mood they're in, all of these things. It just is a really exciting way for us to start kind of intertwining these conversations. So, that approach to mindful drinking, and that includes everything from where we're sourcing from, who we're sourcing from, and how, to things like low and no as well. It's really amazing to see how that's developed, and it's very much becoming a part of every venue. It's not something that's only for specialized cocktail bars or anything like that. It's something where people are going, the reasons I want to go to an on-trade premise are varied. They're not just for the socializing to whatever it is, an evening sense. It could be a variety of different kind of occasions, different connections, celebrations, whatever it might be. Sometimes it's just purely operational shifts. We've been able to look at working habits. We've been able to look at, where we source from. And I think there's a lot of things that people are kind of reassessing in terms of the structure of a bar. And that's for the whole spectrum of things. It's for our suppliers, it's for our teams, but it's also for our guests as well. So it's a really exciting time to see some of these changes come to light.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the whole idea of addressing sort of climate change or becoming a more sustainable bar can be very sort of intimidating if we look at the larger sort of picture. But I've seen sort of examples everywhere. Once you start to see it, it's very hard to unsee it. I remember having a cocktail in a really beautiful cocktail bar in Stockholm one day, and then seeing on the back bar a whole bunch of oranges sitting in this basket that had all had the peel taken off them to make these old fashions. And these oranges just sort of stood up there, and there was nothing with orange juice on that cocktail menu. However, next door there was a juice bar selling fresh orange juice, and I could actually see in the bin a whole bunch of discarded orange husks with the skin still attached to them. And you just think to yourself, if only these two neighbors spoke to each other, they'd save themselves a lot of money and reduce considerable food waste. You just have to kind of look closely and to start making a little bit of a difference in the long run.
It's great to see who's getting involved in all of those things. As you say, people are a lot more empowered to spark those conversations, work out where they can connect. And it's amazing to see this being led by bartenders. They're the ones who are on the front line. They're the conduit between those producers and those guests. So it's a unique opportunity to be able to really tackle some of these kind of like everyday problems.
Yep, absolutely, and you feel better about your cocktail when you consume it as well. Anna, I'm going to come back to you here. So, Anna, what do you think the consumer of tomorrow looks like based on your insights from Pinterest? You know, what should you be what should we be preparing for in that regard?
Thanks, Tim. You've touched on it and a few points that I think we're all feeling really strongly and passionately about from kind of conscious consumption. And I think it's important to remember that the way we shop is fundamentally changing. And actually, it was changing before the pandemic, but that has really accelerated that. People's needs and kind of aspirations are changing, and that's really impacting how, when, where, and what we buy, and in your case, what we drink and what we serve. And I think there are kind of three main points we can see on this. The first is really conscious shopping. And Ryan, your point on the piles of cardboard that we all have in our corridors now from the deliveries and the constant doorbell ringings of the last 18 months, you're absolutely right. That kind of excessive consumption is coming to an end, and people are buying with intention and meaning again. For the 475 million people who come to Pinterest each month, sustainability is and will certainly remain one of the dominant themes across our industry of FMCG, but also all industries. So we know that people want to drink clean, but sure, they want to eat clean as well. And they're thinking about recyclable packaging. Even the car they drive should mirror those kind of environmental choices. So we're seeing it in each and every area of our life, which for me is super exciting. And I think the next point is kind of how we shop. So shopping is an experience again, and much like you can't replicate the difference between your cocktail at home and a cocktail in a bar served to you by a professional who's been crafting cocktails for 20 years, there is something about the shopping experience that we've all really missed. But the path to purchase, the kind of personal journey of inspiration through the offline and the online world is just as important as the purchase and the product itself. So we're seeing huge amounts of investment into kind of social commerce, and that's something that Pinterest has been really at the forefront on. We want to know that if you see something on Pinterest, you can click to buy that. And indeed, 89% of people on Pinterest have come looking for purchase inspiration. So it's a really powerful platform for that as well. And the last point, I think, for me, is the democratization of big and small brands. And the times when the big established brands could defend their sole market, I think those times have gone. Consumers want to discover new things. You touched on the growth of the low and the no market, and they're looking specifically for products from smaller individual brands, some of which are rethinking entire industries. And Benny, talking about some of the tech ideas you've mentioned today, the ripple effect on my cocktail, that is super, super exciting. And it's really great to see the level of investment and innovation that's coming out. And I think we're really all excited for this summer and what we're going to see out and about when we get together again.
Yeah, absolutely. And you obviously love any of the pinners that come onto Pinterest that are just looking for bathroom tile inspiration like I normally am as well, right?
Yeah, no, bathroom tiles and weddings, we hear a lot of that. You mentioned that we've all been at home much more. Yes, my husband bought a new telly, but we saw spikes around movie nights at home and people kind of turning that into an event in their home, which would include food and drink ideas. That really spiked on the platform. Tim, I'm about to move house, so I'll be with you on looking for tiles. But whatever you're interested in, whatever you want to find, you can find it on Pinterest.
You certainly can. You can fall down a little bento box rabbit hole if it's a lunch idea.
Yeah, you certainly can.
That's great. Yeah, guys, since we've spoken so much about sourdough, I won't bore you with with the 55 photos of sourdough I was about to share on here. We're gonna move on. There's been some really brilliant insights and observations from our panelists today. I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us, and obviously thank you all for watching out there. Look, you can find more information like this on the World Class Futures website, as well as the Sustainability Hub on johnnywalker.com. Anna, Ryan, Benny, thank you all so much. Have a great day, evening, morning, wherever you are in the world. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Hola, soy David Ríos y estamos en el maravilloso bar Pictura del Hotel Mandarín Oriental Ritz, Madrid. Y vamos a elaborar mi cóctel preferido con Tanqueray 10. Esto es World Class Cocktail Festival 2021, Madrid. Sueña, disfruta y sonríe. Vamos a elaborar un cóctel con Tanqueray 10, sería un twist de un dry martini. Y en este caso vamos a poner 50 mililitros de Tanqueray 10. Vamos a jugar con su corazón cítrico, con su delicadeza, con esa complejidad que nos aporta Tanqueray 10. Lo vamos a combinar con un vermut o bien extra dry, seco, o con un vermut semidulce. Eso el cliente decide. Luego combinaremos con un toque final, con una manzanilla maravillosa, floral, seca, de Sanlúcar de Barrameda, ese toque español que lo vamos a incorporar a nuestro Perfect Tanqueray 10. Y un bitter, una gotita de un bitter de oliva, para que maride todo bien esto. Y esto lo acompañaremos con aceituna gordal, un twist de limón para darle ese aroma y acabaremos con un spray de limón verde que nos va a hacer que esa combinación perfecta de floralidad y corazón cítrico se refleje en nuestro cóctel con Tanqueray 10.
The single malt whiskey category is complex, so how do you make it more accessible to new audiences? We have created a flavour-based experience that will successfully navigate you through the whiskey market by revolutionising the way you discover our single malts. What's Your Whiskey utilises artificial intelligence and machine learning to perfectly match a single malt to each individual user. Our master blenders and R&D scientists worked in partnership with Flavorprint. 18 Diageo single malts were taste profiled and the results mapped into a 33-dimensional space featuring over 500 flavour data points. Simply answer 11 dynamic visual flavour-based questions to create your very own profile. The results showcase malt whiskey varieties whose taste profiles best match the user's personalised flavour print. What's Your Whiskey has far exceeded internal expectations and will soon be rolled out globally.
In this challenge, bartenders were asked to use roots, tubers, and underground vegetables as a key component in their drink. They have developed a subterranean-inspired serve for two people using any variant of Don Julio containing at least one underground ingredient or root crop. The avatar will prepare and serve the drinks, and bartenders were permitted to use on-screen props to bring their serves to life. In this challenge, bartenders are presenting live to the judges in the studio, and judges score on taste and balance, as well as innovation and their experience. Excited to see the creativity in each bartender's unique approach on this one. I'm sure it will be really full of surprises.
Welcome back. I'm Joella Noble, and we are here in the world-class challenge studio, ready for our next rounds of subterranean serves. We start with a bartender from Romania, Andra Dragon. Andra is a 26-year-old bartender from Brasov, Transylvania, Romania. And since embarking into bartending in 2015 during college, she has participated in the world-class Romania final 4 times, ranking in the top 3 every year, before finally winning in 2021. Andra fell in love with mixology, storytelling, and surprising people's senses through her serves, providing a memorable experience for her guests from the outset.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, hi. Hello. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm so glad to finally see you one way or another.
You look great.
And, oh, thank you. I'm coming from a great place. It's called Mexico.
Okay.
I prepared for you a beautiful drink with some riches from the underground. But before that, I know it's unfortunate that we cannot be in front of each other, but if you were here, I would give you a glass of water. I don't know about the temperature in your studios, but right here in Romania, there are 33 degrees Celsius, so it's very hot. And I don't know if you can get those in time, but symbolically, I will pour this for you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
There you go.
Enjoy. Okay, so now we're gonna do the same thing for our glasses, as we're gonna need some pre-chilled glasses. I'm gonna use these nice flutes. So my drink is inspired by Don Julio Gonzalez's story because from my point of view, he was an innovator and a very brave entrepreneur. He started distilling his own tequila at only 17, proving to me and other young bartenders that you're never too young to do something important in your career or otherwise. So my drink, we have 60 ml of Don Julio Tequila Blanco, because I needed, and we all needed, those fresh notes, a bit citrusy in the Don Julio Tequila in this time of year. Okay, 120 ml. And now we're gonna add the first ingredient that I created with one of the Earth's riches, which is carrot cordial infused with black pepper. I wanted to have a little bit sweetness and a little bit of spice in there. So we're gonna use 60 ml of this cordial. Okay. And now for the balance and the acidity of this drink, and also to bring some more body to it, I will add, using my Mexican Don Julio elbow, a little bit of lime juice, 60 ml to be more specific. It's a good thing you are out there because I just splashed a little bit of lime with me.
Don't tell her.
So you're safe from me. We have to see the good in everything, don't we?
Yes.
Especially these times we are living. Okay, so the final drink will be a little bit sourish, a little bit acidic, but I wanted to balance it all with the foam that is a garnish and an ingredient. A foam which is made out of sweet potato fresh juice, with a little bit of sugar and santan gum. So now we're gonna shake the drinks. Mexican style, how about that?
Thank you.
Tequila. Okay. We're gonna empty the pre-chilled glass. Make sure to pour the drink into it. Okay. Now the foam will be a little bit aerated, So you will have the chance to feel all the aromas in the drink. It will not be like a cap on top of your drink. The riches from the underground have come up. Okay.
Yeah.
And to emphasize this aroma and close this story of aromas, we're gonna use a dash of Angostura bitter on each of them. Yes. And now, dear Tristan, dear Sandre, you are ready to have your ricotiera, which is Spanish for the riches of the earth. So let's all enjoy the riches of the tierra. Gracias.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Gracias.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Lovely presentation from Andra. I wonder what our judges think. Hello, Tristan.
Hello, how you doing?
I'm good. So tell me about this drink.
Well, this is an interesting one because we've got 2 root vegetables.
Yeah.
Carrot in the bottom bit, sweet potato in the foam.
Nice.
So it's like a salad of root vegetables with the tequila, of course, in there as well. Delicious Don Julio. And I mean, I quite like this, putting flavored foams on top because you sort of get 2 drinking experiences in one. And I think she's executed it pretty well. On the bottom, you've got this sort of sour style, almost margarita type cocktail with the carrot cordial. And on top, you've got this sweeter sweet potato foam.
Nice. So are we saying that Andra pushed the boundaries or played it safe or somewhere in the middle on this one?
I think it's probably somewhere in the middle.
Okay.
I don't think she's been like enormously experimental with the ingredients she's used in the combination. She's played it relatively safe in that sense. But by making 2 sort of separate components of the drink, that does add a bit of complexity to it.
Right. And it's safe to say you've enjoyed the drink,
I'm enjoying it. I'm going to go enjoy it a little bit more.
Amazing. Thank you, Tristan.
Thanks.
Great stuff. So while the judges score and we prepare for our next fabulous bartender, let's take a look at the Verizon team showcasing their incredible new AR technology to guide users step by step into making the perfect Johnny Walker highball cocktail.
We are thrilled to partner with Diageo to launch this beta of Mixology AR. We know that a big proportion of the public are afraid to make a cocktail at home, especially when it comes to flavour matching. Mixology AR gives you step-by-step instructions on how to make a cocktail, right in front of you, without any measuring devices, and all matched to the glass that you're using. It clearly has practical benefits for the consumer, but also offers new opportunities for storytelling. In a 5G world, you could imagine photorealistic environments where you could learn more about the brand's heritage, or even have a 3D model of the brand ambassador pouring the drinks right next to you. And this is just the beginning. We're really excited about what the future holds.
And now, representing the Netherlands, we have Laura Brady. Laura is a British expat now residing in Amsterdam, where she has lived for the last 4 years. While attending art school, Laura took up bartending and has remained in the industry ever since. She is now a bartender in the Duchess and co-founder of the startup Groovy Fluids Lab. Her career has led her to create her own footprint in the industry, with her startup giving her the space to be as creative and imaginative as possible with her serves.
Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon, judges.
Hello.
Welcome.
How are you?
So, I'm Laura. Oh, I'm good. I'm less nervous now. I can actually see your faces, I'll be honest. It's much better. Yeah, I'm super happy to be here.
Good.
Representing the Netherlands in a very strange new format, which is a digital version of World Class. And yeah, with this year has come a lot of challenges that have really encouraged us to sort of step away from this day-to-day presence and engage in a more virtual world. And if you apply a virtual principle to Don Julio, the first thing you'll find is the phrase, "for those who know." It's a spirit that alludes to its mystery, to its quality, and to its craft. But today, we're going to delve a little deeper to an edaphic level, one away from the virtual, to question what it is that makes the agave propagate in Jalisco. The sweet cherry trees bloom in Turkey. The beets live on since ancient Egypt, and fennel grow in mass around the world. Now, edaphic refers to the soil, to the earth, to where nature is nurtured. And Don Julio came out of an appreciation for life, a continuation of a legacy, and a recognition for the subtle ways in which a region can perfectly cultivate a crop by choosing quality over quantity and allowing room for growth and maturation from the soil where it's born. So this cocktail is a reference to the importance of our terroirs, their nuances and their diverse natures, by combining 4 ingredients taken from 4 divergent soils to symbolize one edaphic earth. And we begin with red beetroot, cultivated for almost 30 centuries and eaten since prehistory. It reaches our timelines in the sandy soils of Egypt, where its long roots acclimatized to the dry conditions. Now, beetroot's aroma comes largely from an earthy smelling molecule called geosmin, which was long thought to originate with soil microbes, as beetroots are complexly representative of the earth within which they're formed. So I take the juice from the bulb, this earthy sweetness, I blend it with water and verjuice infused with cherries. Now, sweet cherry trees like a soil that is deep, drained, and fertile, forming fruits that need to ripen on the tree. Their flavor comes largely from an almondy benzaldehyde and a flowery terpene called linalool. And these almond and floral notes are increased with heating. And so the cherries are cooked in the verjuice to extract these compounds before being blended into the juice. It acts as a dampener to beetroot's natural sweetness, cutting through with a tart tone of cherry. The cordial is brixed to 30 and it's stretched with the addition of malic and tartaric acid to push these notes of sour cherry into the finish. And we have our edaphic cordial. We move on to fennel. Now, fennel seeds have the same anise-like aroma and sweet taste of the leaves and the stalk of the plant that it bears. Its main volatile is the phenolic compound anethol, supported by notes of fresh pine and citrus. They favor an acidic soil, which makes them a popular variant in India, where the seeds are chewed after dinner to sweeten the breath. They're cracked and sous vide infused into Kettle One vodka, drawing out their woody anise profile to act as a powerful aroma compound and a herbal backtone of edaphic earth. The bulb of the fennel is turned into a liqueur, which is vacuum infused into fresh pitted cherries. The fennel stalk is included to add this aroma, and this is our introductive garnish for edaphic earth. And we move on to Don Julio, our agave powerhouse, used in its pure form. Don Julio Blanco Tequila is the base from which all of its other variants are derived. Like the soil, it acts as the foundation of edaphic earth. Just like beetroots, agave grow just below the ground. Similar to cherry trees, they have their own unique sweetness and a well-drained soil. And just like fennel, they keep a sweetness too. This cocktail combines 50 ml of cherry and beetroot cordial with 10 ml of fennel seed infused Kettle One vodka and 30 ml of Don Julio Blanco tequila. It is a reflection of the diverse ingredients that our edaphic earth provides, with the natural sweetness the ground embeds and the herbal components that our soils produce, to highlight a spirit that is made in appreciation of the land, in gratitude for those who know, and those like Tristan and Sandre, who continue to share their craft, their creativity, and their care. So why do the agave propagate in Jalisco? The sweet cherry trees bloom in Turkey. The beets live on since ancient Egypt, and fennel grow en masse around the world. Well, all because of our edaphic earth. I would like to say, judges, I was going to present to you some coasters that have been made by a dye that's from the waste of the beetroot. And that you can use these with the pits from the cherries to make little pocket warmers in the winter. So this is something I can't provide you with, but here in the Netherlands, we are always prepared for cold weather. So this is a nice way to do that.
That's great.
Well done.
Thank
Bravo.
you so much.
Great.
Thank you.
Smells good. Definitely got the fennel.
Laura's creativity shining through. Will that influence our judges? I'm going to have a chat with Sandra. Hi, Sandra. Such a deep red colour on that cocktail.
It's gorgeous. It's so lovely. Also, she puts so much thought into this drink. I couldn't wait to dive in because she explained every single process and every reason an ingredient was teasing something out of the other thing. And she described it so well and in such a lovely manner.
Yeah.
I couldn't wait. And I've actually been rewarded. I think she's done a great job. It's really lovely.
Oh, amazing.
Really nice.
Right when we started the stream, she did say she was quite nervous.
Yeah, but then she said it was nice to see us.
Yes.
And I think that it is that thing of being face to face in a way. So even though we're not there, she can still see us. So there is that connection. And the connection comes through the drinks as well.
Yeah,
so,
for sure,
yeah,
for sure.
Done a great job.
And how do you think she handled the use of the Don Julio as well? Is it overpowered? Is it well balanced?
No, it's really lovely and really well integrated because all of the earthiness that she's brought out with the fennel, with the beetroot, there was something else, I can't remember, but it all works really, really well. And as I say, you can tell that she's put a lot of time and thought into this. So I do think that she's been very creative.
Amazing.
Yeah,
thank you, Sandra.
thank you.
Well, let's break to a reminder of our Don Julio Subterranean Serve Challenge from Lauren Moat.
In this challenge, bartenders were asked to use roots, tubers, and underground vegetables as a key component in their drink. They have developed a subterranean-inspired serve for 2 people using any variant of Don Julio containing at least 1 underground ingredient or root crop. The avatar will prepare and serve the drinks, and bartenders were permitted to use on-screen props to bring their serves to life. In this challenge, bartenders are presenting live to the judges in the studio, and judges score on taste and balance, as well as innovation and their experience. Excited to see the creativity in each bartender's unique approach on this one. I'm sure it will be really full of surprises.
And next up, we have Pablo Prufer representing Chile. Pablo made the move into the bartending industry after achieving 2 undergraduate degrees in gastronomy and kinesiology, using his vast gastrology knowledge to create perfectly paired dishes and serves for his guests. I mean, it must have been difficult because I can't even say the word. Pablo discovered his love of mixology and cocktail creation early on in his bartending career and has since gone on to create show-stopping serves at his own bar. Passionate about the industry, he is a keen educator and wishes to pass on his knowledge and experience to other bartenders around the world.
Mirémonos un momento con la persona que tenemos enfrente.
Take a look to the person that is right beside you.
¿Qué ven? ¿Qué sienten? ¿Qué les gustaría decirles?
What do you feel? What do you want to say to him or her?
Hola, soy Pablo Prufer, representante de Chile para World Class 2021 y les quiero hacer una invitación a compartir.
Hello, my name is Pablo Prufer, winner of 2021 from Chile, and I had an invitation for you in order to share.
Pero antes quiero compartir algo con ustedes. ¿Qué pasaría si yo les dijera que si estarían dispuestos a a entregar un pedazo, un fragmento de su espíritu. ¿Lo harían?
But first, let me share something with you. What if somebody said to you that you need to share a piece of your soul with someone? Will you be willing to do it?
Esto es más importante que un cóctel, es más importante que una marca mundial. Estoy hablando de entregar amor en cada una de las botellas, como lo hizo don Julio.
This is way bigger than a cocktail, way bigger than a global brand. This is talking about their soul, to actually do something that Julio Gonzalez did himself, share with soul in every single drop of his bottles.
Y no estoy hablando de su tequila amado, estoy hablando del amor a su gente y a su tierra.
Not only his beloved tequila, is the love that he spread with his people and his land.
Es por eso que para su 45 aniversario como maestro destilador, tomó la decisión que cambiaría nuestra vida y la de él.
This is why in his 45th anniversary as a master distiller, he took a decision to actually change his life and ours forever.
Exigió que su amado tequila fuera embotellado en botellas de tipo chaparrita, para que la gente en la mesa pudiera verse a los ojos y disfrutar el momento de cariño y amor.
He demanded that his tequila was bottled in a very small bottle called chaparrita, to actually people can see themselves when they are sharing in the table.
Es por eso que cuenta la historia que sus dos hijos viajaron al municipio de Tonalá en busca de estas botellas. Volvieron a la destilería Primavera, donde sus dos hijas embotellaron este tequila para el disfrute de sus amigos y familia.
The story tells that their sons went to Tonalá Municipio, which is very well known for the blown crystal and blown glass. Then they came with this beautiful bottle, came back to La Primavera distillery and bottled his own tequila that he was saving in his office in some oak.
Como la tierra y don Julio nos entregan un fragmento de ese espíritu, la tierra nos entrega frutos para nuestros cócteles. Y este va a ser uno de nuestros ingredientes, remolacha.
Like the earth that gives us some of the most beautiful ingredients, and don Julio shared with us some of his soul, the land is the one that is going to give it this beautiful ingredient, which is beetroot.
Así que vamos a ocupar este jugo de remolacha ahumada en chips como nuestro primer ingrediente.
So this is going to be our first ingredient. This is beetroot juice that we smoke, put it in a grill, peel, and then extract.
Posteriormente ocuparemos un jarabe de sriracha y ají rojos para aumentar la complejidad del cóctel que combine muy bien con las notas ahumadas, terrosas y dulces.
And then we're going to contrast it with this syrup that we made of red pepper and sriracha, and it's going to contrast beautifully with the earthy notes that the beetroot has.
Ocuparemos una solución de ácido málico para nivelar los sabores y que combinen ya se puedan amalgamar muy bien dentro del vaso mezclador.
In order to balance our cocktail with some acidity, we're going to put a solution of malic acid in order to actually balance all these beautiful flavors.
Chartreuse verde, el cual nos va a dar las notas herbales, y a tierra, que también van a potenciar el sabor de don Julio con una sorpresa final que les voy a mencionar.
A little bit of green chartreuse that is going to give us this earthiness again, these herbs that it resembles so much as the agave plant too.
Para finalizar, la joya. Don Julio reposado, infusionado en plátano maduro mediante sous vide.
So what we did here is actually infused by sous vide method Don Julio with some plantation. And we're going to put a little bit of this in order to get this amazing complexity with this cocktail. We're going to stir some bit in order to balance, dilute, and incorporate all the elements of this cocktail.
Se pueden sentir ya los aromas a humo, a tierra, el dulzor, don Julio, el plátano. Ojalá lo pudieran sentir.
I wish that you can actually smell this. You can feel the Don Julio with the plantation, the beetroot is coming through. It's amazing.
Ingredientes muy importantes también en nuestra mezcla, un hielo 5x5.
We've got a crystal clear ice for this. So we're going to pour it.
Para terminar,
And to finish this,
vamos a agregar un aceite de maracuyá que va a combinar tremendamente con las notas de barrica y frescas de Don Julio, 3 gotas.
And to finish this, we're going to put a couple of drops of passion fruit oils on top of this.
Y un Porex. Muchas gracias. Salud para ustedes.
Thank you so very much, and cheers for you with Don Julio.
Cheers, well done. Thank you. Thanks.
Passionate Pablo. But will that passion sway the judges? I'm here to see from Tristan. Tristan, another beetroot cocktail. What do you make of it?
Well, this one's a bit different. Pablo's kind of combined a lot of different flavor groups into one drink. So you've got herbalness from the chartreuse, you've obviously got the vegetal notes from the Don Julio and the beetroot, you've got sriracha spice, you've got kind of tropical banana and passion fruit. So it's a real mixture from all over the kind of flavor map of ingredients. And it kind of works. I mean, it's taken on much more sort of savory character because of that spice and that beetroot than probably any other drink we've tried. So sort of start verging towards that like Bloody Maria, Bloody Mary kind of direction.
Sure.
It's an all right drink. On paper, it looked interesting with all those ingredients, but I think he's kind of pulled it off.
Okay.
Yeah.
So with all those ingredients, are we saying he's pushing the boundaries? Is he kind of playing it safe?
Yeah, I'd say he's pushing the boundaries. I mean, it's not a safe play for sure.
It doesn't sound like it at all.
and like, you know, I've had experiences in the past of ingredients that seem quite removed from one another coming together and not working that well. But actually, there's definitely some synergy there in this cocktail.
And how he used the Don Julio as well. How does that marry up? Is that quite nice?
Well, I mean, if you think about the flavor profile of Don Julio, the spice, the vegetal notes, I mean, he's kind of, a little bit of tropical maybe, he's kind of pulling in those flavor characteristics from these other ingredients and trying to elevate them, amplify them, enhance them. So I can really see the whole thought process behind the drink, yeah.
Okay, sure. Thank you so much, Tristan.
All right.
Chat to you in a bit. And now from Chile to Madrid for some highlights of our world-class cocktail festival, which is also live this week.
Soy David Ríos y vamos a elaborar mi cóctel preferido. Esto es World Class Cocktail Festival 2021 Madrid.
Next up, we have a bartender who is pictured on our website, www.drgobaracademy.com, serving a cocktail on a beach. Oh, I just wish that cocktail was for me. Live from the Dominican Republic, it's Lisandra Lara. Currently working at Melia International as a mixologist and head bar manager, Lisandra strives to improve the experiences of his guests, implementing innovative techniques and constantly refining his craft. He is most passionate about the overall bar experience, working to create the very best cocktail menu on the island. I'll be the judge of that. Hello again. Now, unfortunately, we are experiencing some technical issues with our live bar, but we're working really hard to resolve them, and hopefully we'll be back soon. Hello again. I'm just here to let you know that we will have the Dominican Republic live at 15:04 BST. See you then.
In this challenge, bartenders were asked to use roots, tubers, and underground vegetables as a key component in their drink. They have developed a subterranean-inspired serve for two people using any variant of Don Julio containing at least one underground ingredient or root crop. The avatar will prepare and serve the drinks, and bartenders were permitted to use on-screen props to bring their serves to life. In this challenge, bartenders are presenting live to the judges in the studio, and judges score on taste and balance, as well as innovation and their experience. Excited to see the creativity in each bartender's unique approach on this one. I'm sure it will be really full of surprises.
Hey.
Ya, en cualquier momento.
Hello.
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 We got you.
You're here. Hooray.
Hola, bienvenido equipo de World Class desde República Dominicana, Lisandra Lara.
Greetings, world-class teams. This is Lisandra Lara, representative from the Dominican Republic.
Señores, no vamos a olvidar de que esto es una competencia y vamos a apreciar el bonito trabajo que hiciste detrás de una barra.
Let's forget for a moment that this is a competition. Let's just focus on this nice work that we do behind the bar.
Les invito a que podamos tomar una bebida súper hidratante para así incentivar lo que es el consumo responsable. Yo soy el responsable de lo que puede pasar detrás de una barra, por eso vamos a tomar agua.
First, let's hydrate adequately, since encourage responsible drinking at all times. So with that, I'm going to have a sip of water to hydrate myself before we move forward.
Señores, en el día de hoy vamos a estar elaborando un cóctel a base de Don Julio en el nuevo reto de cócteles subterráneos utilizando productos poco comunes.
Today, my cocktail will be based on Don Julio under the category of subterranean serves, in which we will be using somewhat uncommon ingredients.
En el día de hoy voy a utilizar lo que es la yuca como ingrediente subterráneo, ya que representa lo que es una fuente de alimentación para las personas indias que habitaban en las Américas.
Today, my subterranean ingredient is called yuca, which was a very a staple of nutrition for the native Taínos that inhabited the island in old times.
Siempre detrás de cada cóctel existen historias y anécdotas que nos hacen a que podamos brindar experiencia detrás de una barra.
Behind every ingredient that we use, there are stories or anecdotes to tell, and that enriches the experience of what we do behind the bar.
Ustedes se van a preguntar por qué el nombre de Yokahu. Yokahu significa yuca, que era la fuente de alimentación de aquellas personas que se dedicaban a la agricultura. Y el día de hoy estamos haciendo un tributo a esta población que se dedicaban a esta actividad, que es el arte de saber esperar.
You would wonder why the name Yokahu. Yokahu comes from partly of the name yuca, which is the nutrition element we spoke about, which is a primary source of nutrition. It was one of the main activities of agriculture of these native populations. And today we're going to be paying tribute to that very same population who developed a craft, and that craft was learning how to wait.
Le voy a pedir a que podamos hacer un pequeño aplauso y poder celebrar esta competencia, esta participación de lo que es Don Julio.
Go ahead and prepare this based on Don Julio.
Aquí lo enfriando los ingredientes y tratar de homogenizarlo para tener un servicio perfecto.
First cooling the ingredients so we can attain a homogeneous status and the elements can blend better together.
Como bartender, siempre he dicho, nosotros también, así igual que los cocineros, todo lo que se puede comer, se puede beber.
As a bartender, I tend to say that we're much like cooks or chefs. Is if you can eat it, you can drink it.
Nosotros somos el futuro de lo que es la coctelería en la gastronomía.
We consider ourselves to be the future of cocktails in gastronomy or food industry.
Voy a elaborar dos cócteles, uno para ustedes para celebrar y uno para mí, para que puedan brindar experiencia con este cóctel llamado Yokahu.
Today I will be preparing two cocktails, one for yourself so you can celebrate, and one for myself so that we can both experience the joy of Yokahu.
Cada cóctel que estoy elaborando representa lo que es una conexión de sabores en el paladar, ya en esta ocasión utilizando un ingrediente que lo podemos encontrar debajo de la tierra.
Each cocktail that we'll prepare, they blend certain flavors to the palate, mainly one from an ingredient that comes from Subterranean.
Es súper curioso e interesante cómo nosotros los bartenders podemos innovar utilizando estos ingredientes poco común y quizás subestimados.
How we bartenders can innovate by using these uncommon ingredients to do such interesting things.
Siempre he dicho, señores, un consumo responsable es la mayor forma de cómo tú puedes disfrutar tu bebida. Te invito a que puedas siempre hidratarte de la mejor manera posible para que puedas tener una bonita experiencia con tu bebida.
I always encourage responsible consumption, so that's I consider the best way to do so is to first hydrate yourself, and after doing so, you are in a position to enjoy your cocktail or your drinking in the best way, safest way possible.
Salud.
Salud.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Thank
Well
you.
done. Thank you. Ooh, that's the crisp.
And now to have a quick chat with Sandra. Sandra, his energy was so pleasant, so
it's
nice, right?
It's got such a lovely smiley face.
Yeah.
It's just that you couldn't wipe that smile off his face.
100%.
Which is lovely because that's what you want. You want that passion. You want them to tell their story, be really proud of their ingredients and their drinks. So I think he gets top marks for that.
Good. Now, did the cocktail, did it live up to how pleasant he was? Did the taste of it match that?
It's sweet,
Yeah.
it's nice, it's nicely balanced. He's done what he needs to do. And I think it's lovely to taste a different root ingredient.
Yeah.
So we've got yucca. Have you had yucca before
Well,
in
I
a drink?
quickly searched it, and that's a different name for cassava.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I was really surprised by that. And we haven't seen that at the live bar, have we?
But that's great, isn't it? So,
Yeah.
you know, sometimes people think they're quite limited in roots, but actually they're not. So
No.
that's a really good way of bringing it into the drink. So it's nice, simple, refreshing. It's got sweetness there as well and a different root ingredient. So that's great.
Yeah, amazing. And how did that marry up with the Don Julio?
Yeah, it works very well, actually. I think it's also being from the Dominican Republic. I think there's an understanding of rum, of tequila and how
Yeah.
it works in the drink. So, yeah, it's really, really good. We're very happy. We got him in the end, which was the main thing.
I'm going to try and get those bartenders to give me a taste of that one. Thank you so much. Right, now, before we see our final competitors in this Don Julio challenge, we're going to take a little break. We're back at 16:30 BST, so don't go away. Join us to see world-class 2021 judge Dino Moncrief and drinks consultant Barry Wilson create sustainable highballs with Johnny Walker. And also another chance to see our Taste of the Future video. We have shown it a few times, but every time you enter the immersive and engaging Taste of the Future, which is on our website, diageobaracademy.com, you may well have a different experience. See you at 16:30 BST.
Welcome to the world's biggest bartending competition, World Class. For the first time, we've gone fully virtual to find the world's best bartender in 2021. As well as exciting competition, I'm so thrilled to be joined by none other than the creator of the best cocktail during lockdown, Mr. Dino Moncrief. Welcome, Dino.
Thanks, buddy. Good to see you. It's a nice intro.
Oh, thank you very much. So we're here today to talk about Johnny Walker's Next Steps initiative and a subject that's close to both of our hearts, sustainability.
Yeah, it is, and it's something that's been spoken about for a while now, hasn't it, in the last 18 months or so. But I've seen a real change specifically from my own bar point of view, you know, customers and bartenders, because we have a lot of trade coming in as well. But it's an equal amount of interest in sustainability. It just shows how much it's changed, how important it is, it's front of mind. And it's not just a global topic anymore. It's now, you know, it's down to local level. So we do as much as we can to really make sure that we are as sustainable as possible. And we're doing the absolute maximum to make sure it is everything that it can be.
So brands like Johnnie Walker, who've walked this earth for over 200 years, it's so important they get behind and look at every aspect of, you know, from grain to glass to make sure that sustainability is checklisted at every step.
Yeah.
And we're going to be here today to sample a couple of tasty Johnnie Walker highballs created by Sustainable King, Ryan Chetty. So,
well, let's hope I can do him justice. I'm going to be Ryan for the day, which is good. Let's go for it. Okay, let's start off with the first one, which is a peak season highball. I love this cocktail. Simple, but all the flavours just come together so well. And I think, actually, I said about the simplicity side of things. We've got 50 mils of Johnnie Walker Black Label. And then we've got this raspberry and barley water. Basically, it's a syrup that's created, and it just lengthens a little bit, gives a nice little body, a lot of depth, and brings those, because you've got the floral sort of fruity flavours that you get from raspberries at the peak of their ripeness.
I'm loving using the barley as that sort of natural sweetness, though. So just to counteract these, and for me as well, when you've got raspberries in the peak of their season, they do have that sourness to them.
Yeah.
That sharpness, and it's so delicious. And you know, the barley balancing that out is key. Great ice, Dino. Great
Absolutely.
ice.
You know I'm a man for my ice, so
are.
I love it. So look, let's go 50 mils of Johnnie Walker Black Label. And you're right, you know. So again, keeping it as local as possible. I actually picked these raspberries myself for you.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
I think it's so important, you know, going local for raspberries, and you know, local and in season as well. I remember growing up in Scotland, you know, obviously the best raspberries come from Scotland, as everyone knows.
That's what I heard, yeah.
But again, it's, you know, no matter where you are in the world, you know, it's finding where you can source these beautiful seasonal ingredients, and they'll be so much cheaper as well. And tastier. And
tastier, yeah. That's the key, isn't it? They'll be a lot tastier. I think anything that you can actually, you know, go and pick yourself, just tastes a little bit better, doesn't it? When you get out there and you know, you're getting your own fruit, or you're getting, you know, even your own herbs, growing your own herbs, it makes such a difference. I really do believe that.
Absolutely, and it looks great on Instagram as well.
That's very, very true. All right, so there you go. Just top it up. Look at the colours there, great. Really beautiful. So as I mentioned, it's really simple to make, so it's just equal measures of the Black Label. I'm going to give this a little stir around just so that you can enjoy all of those flavours together. I'm going to add a little bit more ice in there just so it looks even more beautiful and delicious.
And the colour as well, the colour's so vibrant, and something you probably wouldn't associate with a whiskey.
Yeah, very true. Completely, you know, these flavours that are working together so well. Look at that, there we go. Just finish it off. And that is one gorgeous looking cocktail. It looks beautiful.
It really does, it really does.
Yeah,
and you've done well, Dino, with this one. And it's, you can really, the first smell you get is obviously the Johnnie Walker smoke and the fruit coming through, but there is that sort of red berry notes that it's hitting from obviously these raspberries, and I'll give it a little taste.
Yeah, have a little taste of it. And it's one of those, as you mentioned, it's one of those flavours that it's not often thought about quite a lot, but the fruitiness that exists within the Black Label.
And it's so refreshing as well. It's not too sweet. It's definitely balanced, and yeah, it's whiskey as we never knew it, really.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Well, thank you, Dino, and thanks, Ryan.
And thanks, Ryan,
should we get on to the next one?
Yeah, let's do another one.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was a delicious cocktail. Let's match that, shall we, with another highball.
Let's take it to another level.
Another level, yeah. So this one is called a companion highball. I think when we talk about the simplicity of the flavors and how they all work together in the previous cocktail, this now is another level, using ingredients that you probably wouldn't normally associate and put together. So we've got a little bit of mint and also a sour beer in this cocktail, again created by the maestro Ryan. He's done really well with this one. It's a delicious cocktail. And yeah, we pop in the ice.
You just know those flavors are going to work. Again, it's not two flavors or two ingredients I would put together, but thinking about it and talking about it now, it makes sense.
It does make sense, yeah, and that's the great thing about the highballs, because I think that once they're lengthened with that soda, somehow the soda just does the trick, doesn't it? It brings everything together, and this works just as well. So look, I'm going to pop in. I'm going to start off with the star of the show. There's 50 mils there of Black Label. And there's a steeped mint syrup. So to make the steeped mint syrup, you just get some boiled water and then you steep the mint leaves in there, or the whole mint actually in there for, I guess, 5 minutes or so.
Amazing. And I love this as well, this technique, from working in bars in the past but big events as well. If you're making drinks with mint in it, that stock, you're just throwing it away and it's just lots of wastage. So actually using that stock to create this syrup and it tastes, it's a different dimension of mint.
Yeah, it really does. It just adds that next layer, doesn't it? That sometimes is a little bit missing. So I've just put 25 mils in there. I'm also going to add, this is a sour beer, so I think you could just use something definitely unfiltered. You don't want anything too sort of funky, but you need that sort of sourness to come through. So you can see there's a little bit of a stir going to be needed here because you've got all of those flavours just sitting at the bottom. You want them to be all mixed in together nicely so that it's a very balanced cocktail all the way through, obviously. So give that a little stir around. And then I'm going to add a little bit more ice.
I think it's key as well, having that beautiful ice just to stop the dilution.
Yeah.
You don't want a watered down drink. That's not good for anyone.
No, absolutely not. And I think that, we often talk about ice, and it's another key ingredient. It should be listed as a very essential ingredient here. And this will make this a really refreshing long drink that you can drink at a really slow pace as well, without the dilution of the ice playing a part. And to just finish it off, I'm going to just add a little bit of mint in here as well. And this is so fresh and lovely that I'm actually going to forgo the slapping of the mint here, because when you bring that to your, you can see you've got it already. You've got it already there. So look at it. It's such a beautiful. I love the combination of flavours that you can actually pick up on aroma, but I love how it looks visually as well. You've got those layers there as well. So you should enjoy that.
Can I?
Yeah, go for it. Over to you.
I'll try it. And I love obviously having the garnish like this as well. So when you, this smells of mint.
Yeah.
Why would that be?
Yeah. It's a good one, isn't it? This is just a delicious cocktail. Yeah.
This is my style of drink actually. It's like a really sophisticated mojito. With those flavors, you've got the sourness from the beer and that fresh, sort of zingy mint that comes from the stem. That is absolutely delicious.
Yeah, but it also works well because it brings through some of those spicy notes as well. It's just underlying for the spice and a little bit of gentle smoke that comes through from Johnny Walker Black Label as well. So it's an all-round great cocktail.
Thank you so much, buddy. That was incredible.
No worries.
Some seriously tasty highballs there. And Johnny Walker, with all those bold flavours that are going on, it's so important to strike that balance. And especially when you're making a highball, there's nowhere really to hide. So using these modifiers and these flavours to bring out the fruitiness, the spicy notes in Johnny Walker, and all of them complementing that smoke at the backbone. Really, really important that you play around with these flavors with respect. If you'd like to find out more about Johnny Walker's Next Steps initiatives, visit johnnywalker.com/next steps, and I'll see you very soon.
Alexa, open the Talisker whiskey tasting experience.
Hi again and welcome back to the Talisker whiskey tasting experience.
Firstly, pour a dram of whiskey into a glass. Let's take a moment to look at the colour. Talisker 10-year-old is matured in American oak barrels for a minimum of 10 years to achieve this brilliant golden colour. The use of peat is what gives Talisker this distinctive smokiness. To learn why Talisker tastes so unique, say taste. Or to explore how Talisker is made, say made.
In this challenge, bartenders were asked to use roots, tubers, and underground vegetables as a key component in their drink. They have developed a Subterranean-inspired serve for 2 people using any variant of Don Julio containing at least 1 underground ingredient or root crop. The avatar will prepare and serve the drinks, and bartenders were permitted to use on-screen props to bring their serves to life. In this challenge, bartenders are presenting live to the judges in the studio, and judges score on taste and balance, as well as innovation and their experience. Excited to see the creativity in each bartender's unique approach on this one. I'm sure it will be really full of surprises.
Welcome back. I'm Joella Noble, your challenge host, and our final few bartenders are raring to go on the Don Julio Subterranean Serve Challenge. First up is Conrad Kasmaziq representing Colombia. Conrad, originally from Poland, works as the head bartender at Bar Lorente in Bogotá, Colombia. With over 10 years of industry experience, Conrad has worked across the world, including Poland, the United Kingdom, Spain, Denmark, and finally, Colombia. Conrad defines his bartending style as mixing classic cocktails with modern techniques. Showcasing Colombian biodiversity and gastronomy, he is extremely passionate about hospitality and loves creating unique experiences where his guests can explore Colombian flavors. Hello again. I'm just here to let you know that unfortunately Conrad has had a few technical difficulties on his end, but we're working really hard to resolve them and hopefully we can get him back soon. And our next bartender in the Don Julio Subterranean Serve Challenge is Fernando Rodriguez, representing Costa Rica. Fernando has over 10 years of industry experience, having worked in hotels, mainstream and premium bars nationwide. Fernando found his way onto the world-class stage in 2014 as a finalist. His impressive career includes acting as a brand manager for spirits brands, teaching as a professor in the hospitality faculty of Universidad Latina de Costa Rica, I hope you like my accent, and now as the head bartender in a group of renowned restaurants in Costa Rica. A fan of the classic cocktail, Fernando keeps his serves simple, incorporating the history of his ingredients into serves.
¿Me oyes a mí, Fernando?
Hello, we can.
Yeah, we can.
Él no está escuchando con los AirPods.
The bartender can't hear.
Okay, that's fine.
Hello again. So I just wanted to let you guys know that we are having some audio issues on Fernando's end, but we're going to reschedule him back in very shortly. Stick with us. I'll see you soon.
In this challenge, bartenders were asked to use roots, tubers, and underground vegetables as a key component in their drink. They have developed a Subterranean-inspired serve for 2 people using any variant of Don Julio containing at least 1 underground ingredient or root crop. The avatar will prepare and serve the drinks, and bartenders were permitted to use on-screen props to bring their serves to life. In this challenge, bartenders are presenting live to the judges in the studio, and judges score on taste and balance, as well as innovation and their experience. Excited to see the creativity in each bartender's unique approach on this one. I'm sure it will be really full of surprises.
Hello.
Legend says that the indigenous people of Colombian Amazon rainforest gather around the fire for several days in order to extract the juice out of the wild mandioca root and then transform it into an ancestral condiment called tucupi. Hello, Tristan. Hello, Sandra.
Hello.
It's a pleasure to be here with you and everyone who's watching us. My name is Conrad. I come from Polish soil, proudly representing Colombia today. And today I'm going to prepare for you a twist on a Bloody Mary with some Colombian ingredients called Bloody Macuna. We're going to start with a salt rim made with hormiga culona and white ya. Hormiga culona is a species of ants that is a culinary delicacy in Colombian soils of Santander. They're collected only once in a year when the queens are coming out of the underground for the first time in their life and to form a new subterranean nest. You might be wondering, what does hormiga culona taste like? Well, it has this earthy and smoky aroma, sort of nutty flavor, and this amazing crunchy texture. So I decided to turn it into a powdered form and mix it with salt and white ya. White ya is a chili powder made in a sustainable way by indigenous women of Colombian Amazon tribe called Pira Paraná. And it's smoked and dried for at least 30 days. Its flavors reminds me of the Mexican chipotle, but it's way more smoky, spicy, and complex at the same time. Now, there's no Bloody Mary without tomatoes. I'm actually gonna use 3 forms of tomatoes. First one is a cherry tomato confit. Confit is a technique of preservation by slow cooking them in oil at the low temperature. And besides, I decided to add some coriander roots and tamarillo, which we're going to use afterwards. Now, apart from the preservation, this tiny amount of oil will add another mouthfeel and texture to our cocktail. And also the reason I'm using the coriander roots is because of its citrusy and earthy aroma, which reminds me of Don Julio Blanco. Tremendous tequila that is using only the finest blue agave plant and a time-honored destination process. Now, the second form of the tomato, we're gonna add some tomato juice in order to get some flavor and also some viscosity in our cocktail. Just a touch of lemon juice and salt to balance our mixture. And now, every Bloody Mary has some sort of hot sauce or Worcestershire sauce in its recipe, but I decided to use a Colombian ingredient that has all of those characteristics in one. You see, tucupi, it's a very complex product. It's full of umami flavors, has some acidity, sweetness, some spiciness, and smokiness, everything at once. Perfect for Bloody Marys. To elaborate this ancestral sauce, it takes actually several days. You need to peel the yuca, soak it in the water, then ferment it, then boil it and reduce it for at least 24 hours until it turns to a black paste. This extended process reminds me of Don Julio motto, quality over quantity, when slow roasting its agaves to make its tremendous tequila. Now, last but not least, we're going to add 2 types of sherries. A little bit of Pedro Jimenez to add some sweetness and another layer of complexity, and Amontillado sherry, which will help to enhance the nutty flavor of hormiga culona. Beautiful. Now we're just going to get rid of the excess of the water. Add a little bit more. All right. And we're going to throw it in order to oxygenate our ingredients and also to maintain the viscosity of our cocktail. Beautiful. Nice. Now we're going to decorate it with some tamarillo, also called sweet tomatoes, which has this beautiful tomato flavor, but also some tropical notes to it, which will give this beautiful Latin American touch to our cocktail, and a small coriander leaf. So that's the Danny Makun. Just before we finish, there's a small gift for you. I hope you receive it. It's a small stickers we can use for a cocktail. And then you got the QR code here. So you can use your phone now or maybe after. I hope you're gonna take it with you. So you scan the QR code and then scan the Don Julio logo, and there the story continues. Please don't forget, my name is Conrad, coming from Poland, representing Colombian soil. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well done, Conrad. It's great. Well done. Thank you.
You sound relieved.
Okay. How about the cocktail?
Very good.
You like it?
Very good. And what these?
A few seconds. If you have any other question, I could reply.
No questions. It's delicious.
No,
Good.
you're fine.
Oh.
Thank you very much.
So I assume we've got the ants on here.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well done.
The ants are on the...
And now I'm going to have a chat with Tristan, sorry, to speak about Conrad's cocktail. I'm so sorry, Tristan. It was Conrad, Tristan in one name. I created one person out of the two.
It happens all the time with other comrades as well.
Yeah. So. Tell me about this cocktail.
Well, I think this one's taken Subterranean to the next level because it's got ants around the rim of the glass.
I've seen that.
Yeah, so the first, formerly living creature that we've got to taste today.
Yeah.
And then some really cool Colombian ingredients that I've never heard of before. It's
Amazing.
basically a riff on a Bloody Mary, but it's quite different to a Bloody Mary.
Yeah.
And you're getting some quite unique, earthy, fermented kind of flavors in there, and then this sort of sweet, spice, salty ant mixture.
Well, I need to know, how does that ant mixture taste?
Oh, it tastes good. As Conrad described, it's sort of slightly nutty. And then, he's got seasoning in there as well. So you're getting kind of, I guess, like chipotle or paprika kind of flavors.
Interesting.
And then salt as well.
Okay. Well, we speak about the ant mixture, all these ingredients that you've never heard of. Are we saying that he's pushing the boundaries today?
Yeah, look, it's based on a Bloody Mary.
Yeah.
It's that same sort of formula. It's that kind of occasion of serve. But, undoubtedly with these unusual ingredients, at least unusual to me.
Yeah.
It's taking it to a kind of more experimental level for sure. So,
for sure.
Yeah.
And how does the Don Julio come out in this?
Yeah, it's there. And again, another example of a drink where you've taken the kind of core characteristics of Don Julio, that vegetal note, that spice note, and then lengthened it out. I think tequila works really well in a Bloody Mary or Bloody Maria type cocktail. So he's picked the right kind of serve, I think.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Tristan.
Cool.
Take care. Our next bartender in the Don Julio's Subterranean Serve Challenge is Fernando Rodriguez, representing Costa Rica. Fernando has over 10 years of industry experience, having worked in hotels, mainstream and premium bars nationwide. Fernando found his way onto the world-class stage in 2014 as a finalist. His impressive career includes acting as a brand manager for Spirits brands, teaching as a professor in the hospitality faculty of Universidad Latina de Costa Rica, and now as the head bartender in a group of renowned restaurants in Costa Rica. I really practice that. A fan of the classic cocktail, Fernando keeps his serves simple, incorporating the history of his ingredients into his serves.
Hey, Fernando.
Hello.
¿Me pueden escuchar?
Sí.
Oh.
Sí.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, sorry. Cuando los sueños se cultivan, se riegan y se abonan con nuestras experiencias de vida y nuestras costumbres, estos crecen desde debajo de la tierra gracias a nuestra paciencia y pasión.
When dreams are cultivated, they're watered and they're nurtured with our life experience, our customs. They grow from beneath the earth thanks for patience and passion.
Hola, Sandra de Tristán. Es un gusto compartir con ustedes esta tarde, mañana en Costa Rica. Mi nombre es Fernando, pero me pueden llamar Fercho, por favor.
Hi, Sandra and Tristan. It's a real pleasure for me sharing with you this afternoon in London. Well, morning in Costa Rica. My name is Fernando, but please call me Fercho.
Permítanme invitarlos primero que nada a tomar un poco de agua para limpiar sus paladares.
Please allow me to ask you to take a sip of water just to cleanse your palates.
Y es que lo que van a probar hoy es parte de la tradición gastronómica de mi país, combinado con la pletórica de algunos ingredientes que, al igual que, como mencioné anteriormente, nuestros sueños surgen desde debajo de la tierra.
What you're about to taste today is part of the gastronomic tradition of one of the most ancient homes in my country, combined with abundance of some ingredients that, as I mentioned, and as our dreams, they emerge from beneath the earth.
Permítanme hablarles de un hombre que llevó a cabo sus sueños a partir de paciencia, pasión y costumbres, don Julio González.
Let me talk to you about a man who, through his dreams, through his patient passion and customs, don Julio González brought to life all his dreams.
Un hombre que construyó sus sueños pidiendo dinero a un millonario mientras vestía sandalias y que años después volvería como uno de los empresarios tequileros más exitosos de su país. Tiempo le tomó, claro está.
A man who built his dreams, asking who a friend of him, a millionaire. Meanwhile, he was dressed and very humble, wearing sandals. And years later, he came back as one of the most successful entrepreneurs, tequileros entrepreneurs of his country. Time, yes, it took time, of course.
Y es que la paciencia, Sandra de Tristán, es la virtud necesaria para traer a la realidad nuestras aspiraciones.
And it is patience, dear Tristan and Sandra, is the primal virtue necessary to bring to life our most dearest aspirations.
Ningún cultivo que crezca de manera natural estará listo en pocos días. Tomará mucho tiempo, meses, años inclusive, como el caso de los agaves.
No crop that grows naturally will be ready in a few days. It will take months, years, just like the agaves.
Don Julio hablaba con sus agaves, los conocía a la perfección, y en el caso de uno de nuestros primeros ingredientes, el tiquisque, este habla por mi país y la paciencia de aquellos que trabajan en el campo.
Don Julio spoke to his agaves. He knew them to perfection. In the case of our first ingredient, it's a root. It's part of our dream. It's called el tiquisque. And this is talking about my country and the patience of those who work in the field.
No todo cultivo crecerá en las mismas tierras. Las tierras rojas arcillosas de Totonilco fueron así elegidas por don Julio por su riqueza. Y esto lo representamos con el segundo ingrediente, la remolacha, que también viene debajo de la tierra.
Not every ingredient or not every crop will grow in the same soil. The red clay soils of Atotonilco were chosen by Don Julio because of the richness of those soils. The second ingredient we're going to use comes from beneath the land, beneath the soil, and it is beetroot.
La tradición no puede faltar. Cada 10 años, don Julio organizaba una fiesta con su gente, donde presentó una bajita botella que permitía y estimulaba la conversación. Respetando la tradición, no existe horchata sin maní, que, adivinen qué, también surge de debajo de la tierra.
Tradition cannot be set aside. Every 10 years, Don Julio González used to make a party for his friends and his people. There, he presented a little tiny bottle of tequila that allowed and stimulated conversation. Now, respecting the basis of tradition, there is no possible horchata without peanuts. And guess what? Peanuts come from beneath the land, from beneath the soil.
Algo de canela, un licor de avellanas y bitters aromáticos para condimentar la conversación.
A little bit of cinnamon, a little bit of hazelnut liquor, and aromatic bitters, just to spice up the conversation.
Y es así como don Julio González nos presenta su legado, Don Julio Reposado, el que inició todo, la representación de su sueño materializado.
And it's like this. Don Julio González, with passion and passion, experience and tradition, presents his legacy. Don Julio Reposado, the one that began everything, the representation of his dream come true.
Pero recuerden que no todo cultivo crecerá en pocos días. A don Julio le tomó mucho tiempo y el progreso fue de a poco. De repartir sus tequilas en una mula a repartirlo en su famosa pichirila, el vehículo para materializar sus sueños.
But remember that no crop will be ready in a few days. It took a lot of time to Don Julio, and the progress was little by little, from beginning to deliver his tequila in a mule to deliver it in cans of milk, little cans of milk, over his beloved La Pichirila, the vehicle to materialize his dreams and take his tequilas from every country from every corner of his country and then to the rest of the world.
Y aquí con ustedes, la mezcla de virtudes, la construcción de un sueño, la pichirila. Salud.
Salud. And here for you, I give you a blend of virtues, the construction of a dream, the vehicle, La Pichirila.
Salud.
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 Fine work from Fernando. Let's see what Sandra thinks.
Let's see what Sandra thinks.
What? I'm excited, clearly. The spin around was quick.
I know, exactly. It's very dramatic. And which works for the drink. It's very dramatic. You've got the swizzle, which was nice to see a different kind of action going on. Also with the oat milk and the frangelico, lots of flavours in here. And you also get this aroma of the rosemary straight away as soon as you go in. Interesting. It's lovely to have this, I think it's like a cassava or a dasheen, I think.
Right,
but it's great. It's a lovely ingredient. We've got our friend the beetroot again, but incorporated in a different way. So that's really nice to see. It's a lovely, long, refreshing, cooling, tropical type of vibe going on. It's really good.
So many different ingredients. I heard him mention hazelnut liqueur as well.
Yeah, so that's the frangelico. Then you've got the oat milk. So it's quite nice getting something a little bit milky.
Yeah.
Although I don't particularly like dairy products, but that's a sort of milky sort of substitute. It works really well as a horchata.
Amazing.
But we've got the lovely beetroot and we've got the lovely colour again.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I love it. Dramatic, definitely.
Dramatic.
I think fitting for the last cocktail from our live bar today.
Definitely. We've had some good cocktails, so we've got a lot of deliberating to do now.
Yeah. How does the Don Julio come out in this cocktail
It
today?
works really well, actually. I think that he's done a very clever balance of the flavours and the layers of the flavours. So, well done.
And about him pushing the boundaries, is this a safe option or do you think he really went for it with this?
Somewhere in the middle. I mean, but it's a good blending of flavours. So I think in that way he's pushed the boundaries. It's not like we've got anything totally unusual, but he's worked to integrate them really well. So, yeah.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Sandra, for talking to me today. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
And to you too, Tristan. I've really enjoyed it. And there we are, the end of the Don Julio Subterranean Serves Challenge. We've seen some really innovative rituals and cocktails, and I mean, it's so exciting because in just a few hours' time, at 19:30 BST, we'll be kicking off our highlights and top 10 announcement show with Becca. who will have made that rarest of shortlist? Oh, it's so exciting. We've seen so many talented, inspirational, and passionate bartenders, and they're all in with a chance. Tonight, we find out who makes our top 10, the very best of the very best. I'm Joella Noble, and it's been an absolute pleasure. I'll see you then.
Hello everybody, wow, another absolutely incredible day. And at this point we would like to thank all of our bartenders. Not only have they come up with some sparkling, inventive, delicious cocktails, but they've also made some really breathtaking films and video pieces showing off their mixing magic and cocktail craft. We knew they'd be brilliant bartenders, and they are, every single one of them. We're in awe of their talent. World Class 2021 would like to thank everyone for taking part in this unique competition, but we'd also like to thank them for how they have taken part. These are challenging times. Our bartenders have needed to be patient, adaptable, and prepared to film themselves, and they have done it so beautifully. The skill, style, and panache of their filming has thrilled us all and shown off their cocktails, their countries, and themselves in glorious fashion. So a huge, huge well done to you all. Later in today's highlight show, we'll be announcing our top 10 bartenders who will go forward to face Thursday's final challenge. And it's one of those tip-top top 10 who will be crowned our world-class Global Bartender 2021. The incredibly high standards of cocktail making our bartenders set on the first 2 days were more than maintained with our Don Julio challenge. Earlier today, our bartenders crafted delightful and exquisite cocktails poured to be savoured. The excellence of the drinks and the skills of each bartender will only encourage consumers to drink better, not more, very much in line with the world-class ethos. And that burning desire to make gorgeous cocktails came very much to the forefront during the Don Julio Challenge Subterranean serves.
Welcome to day 3 in the World Class Challenge studio. From Japan, Shinya Koba.
こんにちは。
Hi, Shinya.
今回はその地中で育ったビーツルートは奇跡の野菜と呼ばれるほど栄養価が豊富で。乾杯。Cheers.
Kanpai. We're encouraging bartenders to use these vegetal ingredients, which just plays well into the flavor palette of Don Julio, so it's definitely there. It's an underutilized ingredient in cocktails on the whole, I think, beats.
Next, we have Yo Jun Yang from South Korea.
Hello, nice to meet you all. 식물을 뿌리만 줄기만 보고 한번 맡아볼 수 있으실까요? 그리고 리프레시한 느낌을 더해줄 당근입니다. 오늘 이렇게 리프레시한 느낌의 칵테일 아이템을 가지고 오늘 저만의 칵테일을 한번 만들어 보도록 하겠습니다.
This is looking beautiful.
Look at this colour.
It's so lovely.
It's like sunshine in a glass. It's a really delicious drink, and it really does showcase the agave.
Wow, it's very good.
I loved his style as well.
I agree.
I really liked him. He had a little cheekiness.
Next up, from Greece, it's Nicos Gina-Giros.
The cocktail I prepared for you today is based on the zero-waste approach I am developing the last few years, pays tribute to Don Julio's Tequila commitment to sustainable agricultural practices. I have created a beetroot vermouth. I am using 3 different varieties of beetroots cooked with 3 different ways. My cocktail is a kind of a 3-sip cocktail. So please, have the first sip and take the first and sharp bite. Cheers, or better, yamas.
Yamas.
One of the things that I really liked that he did well was he thought about where he was sourcing the beetroot from. There's a lot of thought gone into exactly how he's going to extract that flavour of beetroot. You know, he's used sherry in there, he's used creme de cacao, he's got the Don Julio, he's got the beetroot, and so what you're left with is this quite spirity, vegetal, chocolatey, rich cocktail.
And how's it taste to you? Are you enjoying it?
Let me just check again, 1 second. Yeah, I'm enjoying it.
Nice, some great cocktail action there on what is proving to be an action-packed day. But what has our world-class global cocktailian Lauren Moat made of the day so far? And in particular, those Don Julio Subterranean serves. Let's find out.
We are at the end of day 3 for the World Class Global Finals 2021, and this also means that we're concluding our round robin competition, and we couldn't have finished on a better challenge. This is the Don Julio Subterranean serves, which we built huge training programs on with our World Class studios, talking about the ingredients, the gems and the jewels that grow beneath the ground. So a couple of standouts that I saw today that you might have seen on the live stream. So we've seen taro root being used by Mars in Taiwan. We've seen celery root and agave vermouth that Barack in Turkey has been using with his Don Julio as well. We've seen the strawberry and parsnip root that Mark McClintock in Great Britain was using and straining that cordial through his V60 coffee filter. Some really cool techniques and ways to reimagine how you would drink a Don Julio tequila serve. Now, we know that Don Julio is versatile, it's bright, it's earthy, and this just goes to show us that we can go the extra mile and do unimaginable things with Don Julio to create beautiful, simple, earthy, and really eccentric serves.
Thank you so much, Lauren. And tomorrow, do not miss our Wednesday highlights show at 17:15 BST. Highlights of what? I hear you cry. Well, we will be looking back at the week so far and looking forward to our award show on Thursday. On Thursday, we start at 20:15 BST with our final challenge, the Singleton and Talisker Tale of Two Malts. That will be followed at 21:30 by our award show. The award show culminates in the announcement of the world-class Global Bartender of the Year 2021. But also in that awards show, we will be announcing a winner for every challenge, plus a special community award. Any of those can be won by any of our bartenders, so please tune in for that. And as we look ahead, it is worth looking further into the future, determining what will be the tastes of the future.
We have partnered with Pinterest to create an extraordinary world-class cocktail matching experience. Using a combination of data from Pinterest's latest insights, trends and reports, as well as your answers to a series of trend-led questions, you'll be generated a personalised pin board and cocktail match, completely personalised to you. To start the experience, you'll be able to use any form of browser by hitting go here, and then what you'll be asked to is answer 3 different questions. So firstly, we'll start here and you'll be asked to choose a colour, so we'll select colour. Once you've chosen the colour, you'll then be able to choose a flavour. So we'll go through and find a flavour that I like. And then lastly, based off Pinterest 2021 trends, you'll be asked to choose an occasion that most reflects the next time you'll be able to be with your loved ones. What you'll then get is a personalised cocktail just for you. So what you'll do is create your cocktail board. It'll then take us straight into Pinterest, which will then be able to access that data and insights, and then a personalised serve and cocktail will be made for you directly inside of Pinterest.
That looks so brilliant. As soon as we are off air, I'm going to go and check it out. Tomorrow, we go live with Wednesday's highlight show, and there is an Instagram live session on our Insta handle at World Class at 16:30 BST with Sean Finter and Eric Lawrence. Sean is the founder and president of Bar Metrics, a consultancy who are experts in solving some of the most common issues in the hospitality business. Eric is not only a former world-class global winner from 2010, but he's also the owner of Quaint, number 6 bar in the 50 best bars list, and a judge in this year's competition. The Instagram live session will see Sean and Eric discuss the challenges and triumphs of reopening in a post-COVID world, and they'll also answer audience questions about the topic too, so please do send some in. And remember, our handle is @worldclass. But right now, this is the moment. We can delay it no longer. It is time to announce exactly who is in our breathtakingly brilliant bartenders top 10 list. Hello everyone, I am now live from the Challenge studio. It is set for our final speed challenge with the Singleton and Talisker, a tale of two malts. And now, this is the moment. We can delay it no longer. It is time to announce exactly which of our breathtakingly brilliant bartenders have made it to the top 10. All the scores have been inputted by our judges and the top 10 are in. And to announce who those 10 are, I am joined live by Lauren Motes. Hello, Lauren.
Becca, how's it going?
It's going good. I'm so excited for this, Lauren.
Oh my God, me too. On the edge of my seat.
Yes.
Okay, and after an impressive few days, we're just thinking back to the journey that these bartenders have made over the past several months, and this is it. But of course, before we chat through our top 10, a really important note to all of our world-class global finalists. Regardless of whether or not your name is called, you've won your country. You're all winners, and thank you so much for your passion, your hard work, and dedication leading up to this moment. We will continue to work with you on lots of great projects together, not to worry. And now, in no particular order, Evan Strove, Australia. Adam Fournier, United States. James Grant, Canada. Mika Amunet, Finland. Hardeep Rial, Denmark. Laura Brady, the Netherlands. João Sankara, Portugal. Cal Byrne, Ireland. Andriy Osipchuk, Ukraine. And Mark McClintock, Great Britain. Back to you, Becca.
Wow, there we go. That is a very, very impressive top 10. Thank you, Lauren. And on Thursday, each of our top 10 will face the Singleton and Talisker final challenge. It is a speed challenge described as a tale of two malts. So, Lauren, can you talk us through what the challenge entails and what we're going to be looking for from our top 10?
In this final speed round challenge, each of our top 10 bartenders will create a menu of 4 cocktails live for the judges, 2 with Talisker and 2 with the Singleton. 1 cocktail must be shaken, 1 stirred, 1 built, and 1 is the bartender's choice. Bartenders have been asked to submit a menu design that reflects their 4 drinks. The drinks will be recreated by the avatar bartenders for the 4 studio judges to taste, and the bartender will choose which cocktail each judge will taste. These judges will be scoring on bartending skills, presentation, menu design, and taste. And of course, 2 global judges will also be watching the 5-minute challenge live and judging on bartending skills and presentation. As this is a speed round challenge, points are deducted if the bartender goes over the time limit. So they have to make sure they get it in under 5 minutes.
Nice. Okay. Thank you, Lauren. So as our top 10 toddle off to be briefed further, I would encourage you once more to comment on, contribute, and consider our Instagram page. I'm sure you know the handle by now, but just in case, it is @worldclass, and the hashtag is worldclass2021. Do not forget the live stream on the World Class website, which is diageobaracademy.com. And thank you so much for watching today. I've got to say, we are absolutely loving your company. So don't forget to join us for Wednesday's highlight show at 17:15 BST and for the Thursday challenge at 20:15 BST. And oh, so importantly, the awards show on Thursday at 21:30 BST. And if you're not with us for any of that, I will want to know why, please. Lauren, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Becca. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. And that is it from us. See you very soon. Good night.